Yeah, so good evening, YouTube, the home of crippled algorithms.
Nice.
uh, yeah, so I'm sure you're familiar with Himmler, Borman. Uh, can you hear
Martin
me?
Bormann. Yep.
Yeah, Himmler and Borman. Let's see that. Here we go. Make it tighter. Yeah, so let's see. Bormann, who controlled the money, which was allowed to plan to go forward after World War II. General Reinhard Gehlen's memoirs, Dare Dints, the service. He alleges Bormann was really a Soviet agent. Wait, did I already
Oh,
read this one? Well,
that I mean,
take it
I would
back there.
trust Reinhard Gehlen over everybody.
Yeah,
I mean, he was the head of intelligence for the Nazis, so if
yeah,
anybody would know who was a double agent, it'd be him.
yeah. So Bormann did work for the Soviets, and even one of his mistresses, Marie Rubach Spangenberg, was a German communist underground.
Hmm.
Let's see. Well, I think they
Funny.
were working with the Theosophists. Uh,
Mhm.
yeah, the
Mussolini had a Jewish mistress also, but he had to get rid of her once he had to go to the Nazis for support. I
oh yeah.
forget her full name, but her last name was Sarfati,
Hmm.
which means Spanish.
Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Okay, so Galen's memoirs, he leaves the impression that Bormann lived in the USSR after the war and had died by 1970. Clearly suspicious, given that this is clearly suspicious, given that Galen had never told the Allies this. His vast network had reached into the USSR, never revealed Bormann's whereabouts therein.
Hmm.
Hmm. So what Galen was probably doing was trying to protect Bormann's real location so he could continue directing the secret Nazi plan. Nazi hunter Simon Wiesenthal in The Murderers Among Us, 1967, provides convincing evidence that Bormann was actually smuggled out of Germany, South America, to set up colonies in Argentina, Bariloche. Let's see. So we can try to
A
skim
lot of
through it.
them went to Argentina.
Yeah, so okay, yeah, so Bormann setting up the colony in South America, working with the Soviets, actually shows that he is an agent of the power elite, like John J. McCloy. That was
Yeah.
who sat in Hitler's box, 1936 Olympics. 25 years later, was photographed frolicking on the beach with Nikita Khrushchev. I thought it was closer than that. I didn't know there was a 25-year gap. Let's see. Bormann had undermined the Nazi war effort. Is clearly evident as Louis Kilzer in Hitler's Traitor 2000 explained that Bormann blocked Albert Speer's attempt to move the German economy to a total war footing until it was too late. Irrelevant to the secret Nazi plan. I think the money involved was directing what was going on. William Stevenson in the Bormann Brotherhood 1972 remarked that Bormann, quote, gave the lowest priority to the fate of Germany. He was concerned instead with the future based on Nazi philosophy financed by Nazi loot, supported by personally loyal brotherhood. End quote. Hmm. Yeah, I've heard Cooper talk about that Stevenson book. I'm not familiar with the Kilsner writer. Okay, so Stevenson also revealed Bormann representing secret power, and in our disheveled human condition, we
Mhm.
suspect that trappings of democracy are more of a dangerous camouflage. The real power begins where secrecy begins. Martin Bormann possessed that secret power to such a degree that he was able to escape the gallows. See, I think that okay, so I was reading the article last night, and that they were saying in 1919 Hitler was indoctrinated into one of the Christ consciousness schools.
Mhm.
when he was a youth, and so the Christ consciousness is definitely connected with the Nazis.
Yeah. Well, they completely rewrote. They wrote out their own Bible.
Yeah,
They wrote a whole Bible that was like almost Marcionite, and it was like Aryan, I think.
yeah, that's what
But
I was telling Harry last night. That Christ consciousness is synonymous with Aryan. The two words are
yeah.
interchangeable. Uh, he never reached that conclusion, which is surprising. Uh, let's see. Early in the series, he explained that Hitler and the Nazis believed in Aryanism, descended from the Aryan civilization, blah blah. Survived the destruction of Atlantis, blah blah.
It's
The
what Iran
survival.
means.
What's that?
Iran, the translation, what it means, land of
Yeah,
the Aryans. So,
yeah. So let's see. After World War II, the eugenic attitude was promoted by Sir Julian Huxley, Fabian socialist and first director general of UNESCO. In his UNESCO, Its Purpose and Philosophy, 1948, wherein he proclaimed, "It will be important for UNESCO to see that the eugenic problem is examined with the greatest care. The public mind is informed of the issues at stake, so that much that now is unthinkable may at least become thinkable." End quote. Let's Sounds pretty evil.
mhm.
UNESCO. Okay, so Power Elite promoted the teaching of evolution, blah blah. Because if man is just another animal, then abortion, infanticide, euthanasia, etc., excuse me, would become acceptable.
And all those countries were some of the first to adopt those the assisted suicide and stuff like that. And
Yeah, they were talking earlier in the thing about one of the Nazi doctors talking about harvesting organs. Let's bring up
yeah,
Puna's maid program.
interesting. Yeah, the Netherlands has assisted suicide too.
Hmm.
Area Netherlands.
Yeah, they're probably harvesting organs. Uh, yes, it's mentioned in the Georgia Guide, so let's skip that part. Let's see. Of course, for people to acquiesce in this would require them having a radical shift away from biblical values. Thus, an important component of the secret Nazi plan has been an emphasis upon secret knowledge and power obtained from the ancient mystery religions. This is the lure with which the serpent tempted Eve and Adam in the Garden of Eden. Eat of the
Yeah.
forbidden fruit, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Blah blah. Why would I want to have the knowledge of evil? Get these behind me, Satan.
Mm,
It's from Genesis.
illuminism.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. The Nazis who pursue knowledge of evil for the sake of obtaining power, or who call upon evil spiritual force to obtain power. I think I'm gonna skip this part. Contrary, today we will see books and movies include entering the realm of dark spiritual forces, and this has a result of conditioning people not to avoid such considerations. As Alexander Pope explained, quote, "Vice is a monster of so frightful mind, but mean, I'm not sure, as to be hated needs but to be seen, yet seen too oft, similar with her face, you first endure, then pity, then embrace." Uh, some are predicting that the power elite are leading us to a third world war, be a major conflict, but I don't think power elite's plan calls for the U.S., Russia, China, Israel, India, Pakistan, etc., hurling into their nuclear missiles, all, hurling all their nuclear missiles at each other. That would make the Earth uninhabitable. Let's skip this a little bit. Conflict will begin. Well, perhaps it will begin with Iran and Israel, but it will be relatively short. That's definitely probably already happened.
Yeah.
I've described in earlier articles how And now, what's crazy is people are denying all the death tolls in Iran right now. They're killing Christians. They've made slavery legal. They're doing all sorts of
What
fucked
the
up.
hell?
Did you hear about that?
No, I
Yeah,
haven't.
they
I haven't
made
really been
slavery
paying much
legal.
attention.
Oh, sorry. What did you say?
I said I haven't really been paying attention because it's just. But I mean, I know about Libya, but I didn't know that they did it in Iran. Like Libya has slave markets now.
Yeah, they say the death toll is up to 30,000, and that that they're enslaving all ages of people.
Not just putting them in prison. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, they're it's fucked up. There was a video on Twitter, and I was like, "What the fuck? Fuck these fucking Islams, fucking garbage." Because they got all the they got everybody brainwashed. It's crazy. It's like leftists are like, oh, they're just spewing all these rumors that the New World Order feeds to them, and they're like,
Yeah,
oh, you know, but while they're saying that and defending, uh, the Islams,
yeah.
they're ignoring
Well,
everything. It's just crazy. Uh,
well, it's history repeating itself because even like when they overthrew the Shah and they installed the Ayatollah, some of the biggest groups that supported the Ayatollah were communists.
oh yeah,
And and then as soon as the Ayatollah came into power, what do you think he did?
killed the communists.
Killed all of them.
Yeah,
Yep, they
that's
ended
fucked
up
up.
fleeing to Iraq, the
Yeah,
ones that could.
plus the Nazis were hooked up with the Ayatollah. In the article, it was I can't remember the
But
exact
the
connection, but
Ayatollah or the Shah?
I think both. Uh,
Oh wow.
yeah, they had their hooks in everybody. That let's see, blah, blah.
That makes sense because the Shah. So they brought in the Shah to replace Mossadegh, I think, right? I think it was originally Mossadegh. They wanted to get rid of his government, and then they empowered the Shah. And then when they needed to get rid of the Shah, they brought in Ayatollah Khomeini. He was in like France, I believe. He was in exile in France.
Huh?
The original, the first, I think it was Khomeini.
Let's see. Yes, it's going on about the Iran stopping shipments of oil. Blah blah. Skip that part. Part 18. Blah, blah. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the next part. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Uh, okay. So, no, perhaps relevant to the recent intense flooding in northwest Pakistan. This is from 2010. The
Mhm.
Taliban and Al Qaeda have been strongholds, and in China, remember that 4 years it has been impossible to cause intense amounts of rainfall to occur almost any specifically targeted area in the world. So he's talking about weather modifications. Okay. So, blah blah. The importance of Martin Bormann carrying out the secret Nazi plan for decades after World War II, referred to by a number of sources in this regard. William Stevenson's Bormann Brotherhood, Louis Kilzer's Hitler's Traitor. An earlier source I used, Paul Manning, author of Martin Bormann, Nazi in Exile, serves as an excellent example of how powerful members of the Bormann Group and their supporters within the power elite were decades after the World War II. Let's see. Oh, note what happened to Manning as he pursued his research for the book and its publications thereafter. According to Don C. Sanders in the review of Manning's book, Alan
Mhm.
Dulles heard of Manning's work and volunteered to, quote, help him, unquote, but actually tried to misdirect him. Remember, the Dulles is one of the intelligence dudes, major
Yeah,
publisher. Pretty sure he was a lawyer, too. For
they had a
publishing.
they had a cousin who was a Jesuit priest also.
Oh, interesting. Pressured not to publish the manuscript, blah, blah. According to Sanders, retaliation, the head of the publishing house had his legs broken a week after the book was released. Well, that's pretty wild. I think I
Jesus.
remember reading that. Yeah, I'm gonna skip ahead here. In addition to Die Spin and Odessa Networks, they were also connected to some kind of Islam thing called Kuzba or some shit. Or what the fuck was that called? It had some kind of weird name. It was some kind of like Iranian Islam.
Khorasan?
They were they were like Iranian Nazis basically. They had a symbol of two lines
Oh,
with a diagonal line through it.
okay. I thought it was like maybe the Khorasan group.
uh,
Does that sound familiar?
let's see if I can bring it up. I think it was like Kuzba or something.
Yeah, they did have like, Nazi. That's what the Grey Wolves in Turkey, they're still around. They're like the Nazi version of the Turkish Nazis like that. So I
It
wouldn't be
is
surprised if they have it in Iran.
Sumka. That's what it
Sumka.
was. Yeah,
Interesting.
that's one of their symbols. Looks like a makeshift bird, stick figure
Looks like,
bird.
yeah.
Uh, we had
Well,
other
they
symbols.
probably, if they were Persian, if they were like probably anti-Pan-Arabism and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah, they were in the part of the Aryan race cult. Uh, they were connected to Italy somehow, some kind of Italian mafia or something. I don't remember how it all went. It
Well,
seems
that makes
like
sense. Yeah.
it seems like the conspiracy. I think it's rooted with partially Italy because of Muzzini. Uh,
Well, that makes sense because Michael King has done a bunch of research on this, but he did a little bit of a connection to like the Palavuchis and I think because they're like involved in like they control the the Muslim mafia, and like the Palavuchi family controls I think the Grey Wolves also in Turkey, and Turkey was where the pizza connection. You remember the famous pizza connection.
hmm,
It was when it was the heroin that would come in from it would come in as morphine from Turkey, and then it would be converted chemically in Sicily and or southern Italy, and then it was shipped to the United States and sold out of pizza shops. So it got the
Jesus,
name the Pizza Connection. And
it's fucked
I
up.
believe it was the Grey Wolves who were who were supplying from the Turkish side.
Yeah.
They were supplying directly the Italian mafia. That sounds like some good stuff.
Yeah, I forgot what it's called. It tastes like it's kind of bland, but it's got a heavy buzz.
Nice.
Let's see the Dice Spin and Odessa Networks mentioned earlier in the series, helping Nazis to escape. Bormann and other Nazis, Himmler, Eichmann, Kaltenbrunner, were probably helped in their escapes by Action Birkenbaum, Operation Birch Tree, which produced fake birth certificates, blah blah, as indicated in verse 17. In the series, Reinhard Gehlen tried to have people think Bormann had escaped the Soviet Union, probably so that Bormann could have continued to execute the secret Nazi plan. Because
Mm.
it's crazy, because, okay, so the Nazis, the same time the Nazis are all going to South America and Mexico,
Yeah.
fucking, so is the OTO. And fucking, the OTO set up a major chapter in Mexico City. There was a whole bunch of Crowley went there. A bunch of these fucking OTO because it goes hand in hand the OTO and the
Yeah. It's also a
Nazis.
good neutral ground for both people coming from the Soviet Union and people coming from like Nazis.
Yeah,
It's
the
a good middle
Soviets went
ground.
to Mexico too.
Yeah. I think that's where wasn't it Lenin was shot in Mexico City, I think.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So that's why it's a good middle ground. Always was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's see. Yeah, so basically the article goes over all these front corporations that the Nazis set up. Galen set up fronts to cover companies to fund the global operations. Galen organization, in addition to these funds, I forgot how the Bank of International Settlements and Chase was connected to it, but it was
Mhm.
thoroughly connected. CIA Director Alan Dulles, who gave the Galen organization 200 million in CIA funds, 1955. Galen organization became the West German government's intelligence arm, the BND,
Say it again.
1968.
What's the
The BND,
BND?
yeah, it's some kind of German police intelligence or something. 1960 or 1955. 68, Galen retired to his chalet in Bavaria, which reportedly was a gift from Alan Dulles. Dulles. Oh, here you go. You want a nice little house in Bavaria?
What are we doing with it? Don't even ask. Well, don't forget they needed him for, and they needed the Nazi operations. A lot of it was probably Gladio.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's all has to do with the origins in Bavaria with the Illuminati.
Yeah,
Uh, before Dulles had been working with the Nazis,
I wonder. Yeah.
e.g., SS member Paul Dickop, ever since he came to Bern, Switzerland in 1942 with the OSS. During his time, he developed Operation Sunrise, which provided escape. Blah, blah. Also helping key Nazis was power elite agent John J. McCloy. For example, McCloy protected the butcher of lions, Klaus Barbie, by having him hidden in the 370 Counterintelligence Corps at Ober Amargu, where Private Henry Kissinger was assigned. Uh, so Kissinger was there with Klaus Barbie.
Wow, real big Jewish conspiracy that was.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't think
no,
it's a
no,
Jewish
because
thing.
Kissinger supposedly, the big he's supposedly Jewish, so it's just yeah, and they blame him for everything when they get a chance, and it's like he was literally in the same spot as Klaus Barbie. Yeah, he worked for somebody. They'll both
Yeah,
do.
well, I think it was a Theosophy conspiracy, the secret society's conspiracy, their secret religion. Uh, let's let's see, Illuminism, because the Illuminists in France, that's what they were doing. They were practicing eugenics during the
Yeah.
French Revolution. Freaking and then it's because they Cooper talks about he's like talking about how hey, there's a seed in this.
Say it
Cooper,
again.
there's a seed in my joint somehow. Fucking,
Oh, I hate that.
I don't know how I always miss the seeds.
Ah,
Yeah, but Cooper mentions how in France that the Illuminists were the Illuminati had lists of people that were quote unquote useless eaters, and,
mhm,
and that they were, scientists, religious people, all sorts of that France was like obliterated basically by these
mhm.
Illuminati. Fucking the it's I never really was into reading about the French Revolution, and then when I got into it, it was like, oh Jesus, this is like a whole can of worms. It's like it's like it's like World War Zero or something. It's like uh, I mean I was astounded at how many people were guillotined, and then all these people that are like, oh, the Nazis couldn't have burned all those bodies and shit or whatever they did with them. And it's like, well, I mean, the French were guillotine people like fucking 10 people every 2 minutes or some shit. Or fucking
Yeah,
like something crazy like that.
and mostly their intelligentsia too.
Yeah.
It wasn't like it was anybody who had half a brain.
Well,
Ended
that
up with
whole
half.
thing about them calling everybody useless eaters,
Yeah,
it's on par with the Nazis and the Untermensch or whatever they say.
yeah. I
Subhuman.
mean, even when what's her name was it? Not Cat. When she says let them eat cake when they couldn't afford bread, so she told the people, yeah, go eat cake. I mean, that's
Yeah. Was
you
that
know,
that was France or that was
that was France. That was, I
okay?
think, Maria Theresa. That was the one who was guillotined with on the that was like Maria. I think wasn't it Maria Theresa or something? I forgot.
Yeah. Damn, there's another seed.
Oh man, that sucks. Why? Someone didn't trim that very well. Was it you?
What's like the king of I got this from the dispensary. The king of
So
the
it was
King Louis, what's his name? He
King Louis' wife.
yeah. But his I think it was his is either his I think it was his brother. His brother was a member of the Illuminati and his brother helped to finagle a conspiracy to kill him basically. And then
Mm.
I think they did it because he was helping America. Because he was like, "Oh, I think that the dude was like, I'm done anyways. I'm gonna send all my money to America and hope that they can fuck England over." I think that's what it was all about, you know.
Yeah, it
Like,
could have been a good example of like don't like when they saw what America was doing to stop the idea from spreading in Europe, have the most extreme version, you know, of a republic, so to speak, and make it complete. Maybe like, oh no, the last time we tried that, we were guillotining people. Let's just keep the monarchy and clericalism. You
yeah.
know. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go on.
The yeah, basically it's like I think that excuse me, the founding fathers and stuff. I think that they were like, I mean, it all started from reading that letter from G.W. Snyder to Washington, and
Yeah.
it said he said the lodges that he hadn't been to the lodge in 30 years, which would have been 1768, and that
Mhm.
he uh he said that it was taken over by the House of Stuart, the Illuminati, and
Jacobins. Yeah.
yeah, so he was and then so I think because some of the other founding fathers like John Adams condemned masonry because of the blood oath, but I'm not condemning old school masonry because I mean technically that's you know something different. It was knighthood and
Yeah.
stuff. The but so
Illuminism that you condemn.
yeah, yeah, because it's like the old school knighthood stuff is. I was trying to explain it to Harry last night. He didn't quite understand. It's like I was explaining what I know of the Jesus story in the Masonic sense. You
Mhm.
know, the whole. I was comparing it to the nine arches of Enoch and the Hiram Abiff going into the earth and the story how it's like Hiram Abiff and the story is connected to Jesus because Hiram Abiff is reborn through Lazarus and then
Mhm.
the what was it there was more to it though what was it? I was bringing it to the INRI thing and the tarot cards and how like, the tarot cards were like biblical symbols basically the fool was Jesus the fool card
Mhm.
the fool is like the uninitiated who goes through the initiations and eventually just kind of becomes a fool again, but in secret, you know, like
You gotta see if there's a. I think there's a Jewish tarot deck also, actually,
hmm,
like a Kabbalist. What's up?
I'm always just trying to find the oldest copy of something, just to try to like I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, just to try to like, uh, I think there's some kind of hidden star map shit in there or something.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, on top of that, it's like Rockefeller can buy all the Sea Scrolls he wants, but if he doesn't know where the starting locations on the Copper Scroll are for the treasure, he could never get to them. I mean, like, I mean, what I think it would be cool find the bit some kind of huge archaeological discovery or something like in the books, and then
Mhm.
be like, oh, I'm gonna have to go there, you know. Just straight up go there and fucking bring some people with you and stuff. Because I mean, there could be undiscovered stuff that, like, you know what I mean, nobody's ever found, and like, because they really have never found, if Solomon's temple was real, they never found it. They
But we don't know. I mean, we don't know for sure because, like, I mean, we don't know what the Vatican has. Supposedly, the Vatican has the Ark of the Covenant and stuff like that. But
yeah, I
I think a
speculate
lot.
they also have a giant gold menorah.
Yeah, I think supposedly Rome took that. Yeah.
Yeah, if they didn't melt it down or something, like a bunch of assholes. Stupid cigarette roller.
Yeah, they say that. I think the Western Wall, as they say, it was part. Some people try to say that it was part of Fort Antonia, but I don't believe it was. I think they actually know it was one of the outer walls of it, because then the Temple Mount was on the inside. The Temple Mount, like right now, where you have the Dome of the Rock below, like that was where the Temple Mount. That was where the temple actually, the middle chamber was.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. Did I show you the pictures from when I was there? Back during the Intifada, they opened it up one day, and I wasn't able to get inside. They wouldn't let me inside, of course, even though we tried to bribe the guards. They were like, "Give it to those guys over there," and they were pointing at the soldiers, and I was like, "Yeah, never mind." Did I just lose you?
No,
Oh,
no. I was gonna say, beer. I gotta take a leak. I drink way too much pop.
no worries. Yeah, we got to go to the Temple Mount, and we tried to get in. They tried to bribe. It was actually closed most of the time that I was in Israel from 2004 to 2007. But at some point, it was actually they opened it for like a day. I don't know why, but they opened it up and we went and I got some pictures of it. It was pretty cool. And then but yeah, they won't let us inside because it can start a huge riot there. So they don't let people in like they used to. I don't know if it's even open now. It might be, I don't know. But yeah. It would be a very cool place if it wasn't for like Zionism. It's actually very bohemian. Especially like Tel Aviv with the Bauhaus. It's pretty cool. What's up?
Yeah, I was trying to remember the etymology for Solomon. Sal Samar, Shar
Sol
Salom. Somehow it's connected with Shalmaneser and Shar Salom. Uh, I forget what book Cooper was reading. Maybe, well, I guess I don't want to get too sidetracked. The so like I mean, it's interesting because like the from my understanding, it's all symbolism, but there's archaeologists like Simcha Jacovici who's really
Yeah.
convincing that that they were all real places and real people, and because like I'm on the edge of it, I don't know if it's real or if it was all
Yeah.
symbols or if it was both somehow. I mean,
I mean, yeah, there's some people who say like, like David and all these people were not real people. But I don't know. I think it's possible. I just, you know, but there's some people but it's
well, it's interesting. Jordan Maxwell says that David was King Druid, the first king of the Druids. In
more British Israelism.
yeah, well, I don't necessarily agree with it because I still think that I still wonder if the names. Okay, so something they were saying in one of the books, that the people's names. It's like they believe that the person would live for 500 years or something because they were like their son was exactly like them and his son was exactly like them.
Yeah.
And so they consider it like the same person.
Mhm.
Uh, and so I mean that. Uh,
Well, that goes in. I mean, I believe that, like, like they show those pictures of like a woman from the 1800s who looks just like, Nicki Minaj, and
That
like, a
yeah,
lot of the celebrities. I do believe that there is something to like they know about, and we talked about this once because I was telling you about the Druze and how the
yeah.
Druze supposedly they're like a suit, they're like an offshoot. So they're a separate religion at this point of Sufism, and they supposedly can map their reincarnations, and
Well, that's
so I
interesting.
think that like celebrities and stuff, they and like really rich people know how it actually works and know how to like, either that or they're something, a separate entity from us that has the capability to do that. So it could be like, David has a son named David, who has a son named David, who has a son named David, who has a son named
Yeah,
David, and they're all like, you know,
yeah,
either
and
reincarnations of the next, or
yeah.
of the nearest male relative. But
It's interesting. I mean, the stories are very because I've never, if it is all symbolism, I've never uh figured out what the symbolism of the story of I think it was David saying that King David, or maybe it was Solomon, about when the two women are arguing over the baby. Some lady stole a
Solomon,
baby. And he's like,
yeah,
"Well, we'll just split it in half."
get it, yeah.
The then so I think it was I think it could have been a real case. I mean, it sounds like something. It doesn't seem like a metaphor. I mean, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like that one. There's certain other stuff that doesn't seem like metaphors, but at the same time, it's like maybe the metaphors, the symbols were somehow part of some kind of weird synchronicity or something.
I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, well, like you have like the story, like me and my dad. He's an atheist, and he stopped being an Orthodox Jew because one of the stories that he always tells is like why God tells Abraham to sacrifice Isaac. The binding of Isaac,
Yeah,
and so I spent a lot of time dwelling, like, contemplating what the symbolism of that is. And
yeah,
I realized that the symbol of it is if there's a symbolic meaning, it's the fact that like the God of Israel will never ask you to sacrifice humans. There's never like,
yeah,
no matter what, that'll never be, and then there's the story of like Elijah, and it's kind and he sends like these kids are making fun of him because he's balding, and so he calls for God's wrath, and God sends his wrath, and a she bear comes and murders 42 children.
yeah. That
So it's
sounds
like,
symbolic.
yeah, I think it's symbolic of the fact, I mean, the fact that the
42.
number, yeah, but I think that that's like a metaphor for it's not a metaphor, but it's a way of saying like just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it, or don't, be careful what you wish for.
Yeah,
So
I
that could
mean,
be part of some esoteric teaching.
if it's astrotheology, it could be like 42 moons or something that were destroyed by a planet or something. The It's interesting. I mean, their whole star map stuff is so complex. I've been
Yeah.
thinking about it for like over 15 years.
Yeah. Well, that's for that. I think you'd have to like get into, Kabbalah. You'd have to really, you know,
What I was into that like 17 years ago or so, but then I found that it seems as though there's an older system which
yeah,
uh the remnant Kabbalah is, it's just part of it, part of the
yes,
system.
because
Uh
Kabbalah is within the parameters of Judaism. You know, that's why
yeah, it's just
Rosicrucianism and all those other like Christian Kabbalah is based on it, because I mean Christianity is based on the the Torah, on the Tanakh. So it's like naturally they're going to have that in it too, in addition to the esoteric symbolism of like the Gospels.
yeah. What I was trying to convey last night to Harry was that, like the Tetragrammaton was broken down in 4 words or whatever.
Mhm.
Each word has an element assigned to the word, and so it's the
Mhm.
word is the 4 elements, the INRI, And
Yeah.
well, I mean, I was showing him Chartres Cathedral because that was one of the last cathedrals built by the Templars. And let me see if I can bring it up. I don't remember if there's a crucifix in there that's from the Templars.
Hmm.
Because I was showing him the door, and the door above has the symbol of the symbol of the the continuation of the new 25,000 year period, but it also has the four elements, and that explained it like that God was the universe and God was sleeping for the universe to exist, kind of thing. But like the elements on the door, you can see there right around the four elements, the bull and the lion and the angel and the bird. the
It's the
oh god,
elements that of the universe. Like
yeah,
the
yeah, a
interesting.
balance of the elements creating a where the god is born, quote unquote, through the matter and the spirit combining the two mothers. Because in the esoteric stuff, Mary and her sister both, and then I forget how. I'm pretty sure Lazarus was the brother of Mary, which goes along with the story of Osiris and stuff. But
Mhm.
the even the Egyptians had perverted the Osiris story a little bit. I think it's or the Mayan thing was really interesting because it had a depiction of Jesus, but it was a Mayan Jesus, and he was being stabbed in the side. Uh,
Yeah.
but
Well, that is like that's part of the crucifixion story. Is he gets like stabbed.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
interesting because in the story of Adam, where Adam gets his rib taken out, uh,
Mhm.
he gets, that would obviously be like a
Oh,
wound in the
that's
side.
true. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he does. He gives up a piece of his rib.
Okay, so I guess yeah, there is crucifixion in the stained windows. Those are original, I'm pretty sure. But so I noticed that there's a okay. So if you look at some of the old Christian trestle boards, uh, that they have Mercury and Venus in the
Mhm.
sky. Some of them have the sun and the moon, but some of them have Mercury and Venus and the sun and the moon.
Mhm.
Uh, I figured I could Google it quicker than I could find it in the image. Let's see. Okay, should be able to find it semi. Maybe not. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding it. I mean, this one's similar, but this one's not the one I was looking for. But so in the other ones, they'll have right above the right and the left, red and blue, and then the sun and the
Mhm.
moon. And but then it's like the symbol the symbol of the skull and bones has always been at 23 and a half degrees roughly, and that which is the symbol of the axis of the earth. And that it's like the original cross, which was uh, equilateral. It was it
Cross
was it was a cross in a circle, which is the symbol of
the
Earth.
Ankh. It's the
Uh,
Ankh.
Let me see if I can bring it up. Well, not the Ankh, but the where's that? Here it is. Yeah, right here. Where's why can't I put? Oh fuck.
Yeah, that's what. Isn't that what the cross is based on? Is the Ankh?
Yeah. Well, I
Oh,
mean,
it's like the Aryan Brotherhood cross.
well, they hijacked the symbol. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's
So like,
that's. Sorry.
well, just in the original sense, this symbol is Earth, and that in
Mhm.
the story, Jesus goes in the Earth in the center, just like Hariam Biff, just like Enoch.
It's also the because the swastika, and this too probably is based on the Big Dipper. It's based on the
Yeah,
four positions of it and the
yeah,
seasons.
yeah. Because the old light in the east was in the east, it was in the north, which is hilarious.
That's why I think the Magi, because it doesn't make any sense that three Zoroastrians were looking for the king of the Jews.
Yeah, they were symbols of gods, symbols
Yeah.
of angels, or uh, yeah, because the frankincense and the myrrh and the other one that's used in India for Shiva, Vishnu, and Krishna.
Worship. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like I think it was like symbols of the other religions bowing down to the new religion because the new religion had the new the male god, the new keeper of the word. Uh,
Well, I think it has something to do also with the age of with like something probably to do with the age of the Pisces. Like, I think Jews believed that they were going to dominate the age of Pisces, and by what you're saying, it could symbolize the idea of like the Jews believed like everybody would come to them. So it's like to find that. So it kind of makes sense actually.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like if Jews thought they were going to they were going to rule in the age of the Pisces, which would probably be like the Messianic age, in there to that what they thought, then other religions and other faiths would come, would come and find them, which is actually comes from Zechariah. I think it's Zechariah 10, where it has where there's this it says that the 10 men from 10 men from 10 nations will grab hold of a Jewish man's garment and say, take me, show me, for the Lord is truly with you. And it's like a messianic passage.
yeah. I think the original term Jew might enlightened based on some of the readings. The there was there was a there's this old statue of like a dude that was wearing a lion garment and he was carrying a lamb or
Yeah.
something, and it was some kind of it was some kind of like damn, I don't remember which culture it was, but it was the same symbology as the Lion of Judah with the Lamb of God. Uh, the oh, oops,
My bad. I don't know what the hell how the hell I just did that. Yeah, go on.
oh yeah, yeah, something about the what was it? The
Said it was like someone carrying a lamp.
yeah, someone wearing a lion skin carrying a lamb, uh, which later became Hercules. But Hercules had Hercules had a brother, which was Hermes, and that it's like Jesus was a precursor of Hercules in the old esoteric sense, and that Hermes was his brother John, and that's
Yeah.
why a lot of the Masons are what is that religion? John, uh,
Saint John.
yeah, Saint John,
Mm-hmm.
uh, because Saint John to them is Hermes. Uh, but technically, I think it's the other way around. That that Jesus was the Hermes character, and that the that's where it's interesting with the Templar stuff. 'Cause it's like they thought John was the quote unquote Christ or Messiah, or yeah, John the Baptist.
Yeah. That's I mean We talked about the Mandeans, and the Mandeans believe that. They believe that Jesus was a false prophet. Um, John the Baptist, the baptizer, is actually the real was the real prophet.
Yeah. Well, like that one end of the story. I think it's the end of Matthew or something. The original ending that they found the empty tomb, and that was the end of the story.
Mhm.
The
Yeah,
perfect example of a trickster.
true.
Tricks people into being wise.
Yeah, yeah. And it was the women who found the women who found the empty tomb, and
Didn't recognize him very easily.
you know, well, that also that kind of like I mean that also is kind of because the story itself doesn't make any sense unless you look at it from like an esoteric perspective.
Yeah,
You know, because if
yeah,
somebody's buried, why would you open up their grave to like spice them? Like it doesn't make any sense. It
yeah,
seems like it had to have been put there for the sake of, you know, a meaning that's outside of the topical reading.
yeah, yeah. I think they added stuff to make it so he was the sun god of Rome, or the sun
Mhm.
god slash Jupiter god, Zeus. That's when they added the beard. I mean, 300 AD.
Say
Well,
it again.
roughly. All the pictures of Jesus before 300 AD, he has no beard, and all the
Mm.
pictures after 300 AD, he's got a beard mostly.
Oh,
And yeah, that there's the whole Constantine thing. It's like they Romanized the religion. The it's like I mean, I think that they got the cross right, because they supposedly they used the Maltese cross
mm.
uh, originally on their shields, and that the vision or whatever the mom or the dude had, I can't remember which one it was. Yeah, because it's like I bring it up to people all the time that are religious. Like, well, if they say books in the Bible and those books aren't part of the Bible, then why not? 'Cause obviously you'd have to read the book that they're talking about to know exactly what they're talking about.
Mm.
Yeah, because freaking yeah, the yeah, the like there's all these references of the breath of God and stuff. It's like
Mm.
mistranslation of air, the air element of God,
Mm.
the fire element, the water element, the earth element.
The
It's
Shekinah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like some kind of lost artifact. It's like a yeah, it's definitely interesting. I forgot where we were on this.
Yeah.
Klaus Barbie.
Yeah. Klaus Barbie and Kissinger.
Yeah, back to this. You might ask yourself why Jewish Kissinger would participate in a plan that helped the Nazis escape. This is because Kissinger was a protege of Nelson Rockefeller. First
Mm.
loyalty was the power elite, just as Agent Herbert Samuel was primarily loyal to the power elite when the British Palestinian Mandate Administrative of 1920s. There was an agreement he mentions in this article about uh, Truman, and that Truman made a deal with the fucking Saudi prince who was in Islam
Mm.
to not intervene if the Saudis attacked Israel. I thought that was really interesting. It's like, oh,
Wait,
they're
say that.
making deals. The
Yeah.
in the article it said that Truman made some kind of deal with the Saudi prince to give them diplomatic immunity if they attacked Israel or some shit. That so it's like they're playing games, you know. They're
Yeah. Well, now, yeah. Sorry.
well, plus he was a 33rd degree Mason in that.
Yeah.
So because Cooper says the Scottish Rite is the British Israelists.
Mm.
Yeah. I mean, I was bringing up that book, The Secret Origins of the Lion, or The Secret Places of the Lion, last night.
Uh-huh.
That book has to do with that movie and the secret message of the Lion King, the symbols of the movie.
Mhm.
The books was written way before the movie ever came out, but like, it's like in the movie, the symbolism, the lion is the crown of England, the warthog is the Christians and the Muslims, and that the Hebrew is the meerkat or whatever, and that and it's like the lion of England is leading the religions into the new age where all the races are there except the hyenas, which basically represented the non-white people according to Cooper. And
Mm.
so it was like they were showing their eugenics in this story where it's like, and that Scar was Cain, and that the lion was the lineage of Seth, but in the symbolism, because the British crown thinks that they're the quote unquote true tribe of Judah.
Yeah.
Uh,
They descend from like some, yeah. No. It's funny because there were like my grandmother used to say the Irish were a lost tribe of Israel.
yeah,
Also explains the red hair.
yeah, probably explain all the hatred against the Irish as well.
Yeah. Well, there's also a theory about because apparently the Scottish, if I'm not mistaken, have like a thing against pork. They don't eat a lot of there was like a lot of the old Scottish, they wouldn't eat any pork products, if I'm not mistaken. And so that could
Oh, yeah.
also be but yeah. That's
Yeah,
crazy about the Lion King. I gotta hear more about that. That's really cool. That's very
yeah.
fascinating.
And they stand on Pride Rock, and the
Hmm.
lion's initiated by Two Ball King,
Yeah.
the monkey that has the staff.
Holy
The
crap.
whole the story is crazy. I mean, it's just anybody that hasn't studied the mystery stuff, it doesn't they can't see what the Lion King movie is showing, and it's like, what the fuck? This is fucked up. They just, you know, then they make that movie Aladdin about the prince of the Hashashim and how
Yeah.
he's meeting a princess and she sings a song about the whole new world.
Wow.
Yeah, they're talking about the world that they're going to usher in, the new world order, the secret societies, the Hashashim and the fucking Scottish, they're the English Freemasons.
Hmm. I wanted to see who it was who wrote The Lion King. A Jewish guy? This guy's definitely Jewish. Robert Ralph Minkoff. Yeah, he's definitely a Jew. Jewish family
Yeah.
in Palo Alto.
Hmm. Oh yeah. Oh man.
Wait.
Oh. Yeah, they show it's like you're familiar with the B'nai B'rith.
Say it again?
Do you know what the B'nai B'rith is? I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they use the symbol of the lion. And that they're coming out of England too. They're hand in hand with the Scottish Rite. That
Yeah.
but it's like the secret societies. They've made all sorts of different varieties of lodges for every group of people you can think of, and
Uh-huh.
so people's idea that it's just one race or something doing this conspiracy. It's all over the world. you know, China, the Hongman Society, and they
Yeah.
use the square and the compass. The
Well, that
it's
was
like
they did a that was like it's like the Knights of Columbus because they made like and then you have the Orange Order is like the Protestant version and you have the B'nai B'rith is the Jewish version and then you're
yeah.
talking about the Asian one. I don't think Muslims have a version though. Although no, there is in Turkey. There is
Well, there's
there
this
is a
Hashim.
well, there's also a Turkish rite of Freemasonry that's not recognized.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah, there
it's
was
like an
a.
irregular Turkish lodge.
Well, think of like all the secret societies as continuation of different knighthoods. I mean, that's and
Mhm,
it seems like the Templars split into like a million factions, and that some good, some bad. You know,
mhm,
and that same with the Hashashim split into two factions at least. The Mizraim was part of the Scottish Rite according to the 1782 doctrine of Prussia or whatever. Rite of Mizraim and the what was the other one? The Mizraim. I can't think of the other one. Because it's like all they did was universalize it.
yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, they considered Illuminati the resurrection of the worship of Isis, and that they considered Illuminati Freemasonry without religion, and
Mhm,
that ISIS and the mystery schools of alchemy is the symbol of matter. So it's like they had no god; they worshipped matter, and that's why sex was their chief component of their secret societies. You know, such as the
mhm.
OTO and stuff. the It's interesting because like well, I mean, I don't know. Somebody was like, "Oh, I don't believe in ghosts." I was like, "Well, go sit in a graveyard every night for an
Yeah,
hour, and do it until you see
yeah.
one, and then report back."
I think I did. I send that. Was it? Was it? I think it was you. I sent you that security guard with the ghost at that Savannah cemetery.
Oh yeah,
I think I sent you guys that. That's pretty wild. Yeah. No, people. I was just talking about it with someone else about how I always get frustrated, but with people who don't believe in the metaphysical or who only believe in the material, peer reviewed world. You know.
yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. We used to. My friend had this apartment. It was like a duplex, some shitty house,
Yeah.
and like, whoa, and fucking, there was this Vietnam vet that was living
Mhm.
next door, and we could hear everything he did, and like, because we'd stay up every night till like 4 in the morning, smoking weed and stuff, and hanging out, playing video games and stuff. But like, this is back like in 20 something years ago. But like,
Right.
this dude was like fucking. Every night he'd be like, "Do you mind?" He'd say that over and over. Do you mind? And we'd be like, it'd be dead silent, you know. We're just sitting there, and we hear him start freaking out, you know,
Yeah.
and then like we thought he was haunted, but like one day he's just freaking out. He was just fucking smashing shit, and fucking like fucking. You hear all this noise get louder and louder, and then all of a sudden you hear like do 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 boom, and fucking he like I don't know. It sounded like he jumped into the wall or something.
God damn.
But and then we're all like sitting there like what the fuck, you know? Somebody's gonna have to go over there, make sure he's okay, because it became dead silent after the loud thump, and we're like, so somebody needs to go check on him. Like we took a vote, you know, and made my friend Cody go, and my friend came back and he's like a half hour later, and we're like, what the fuck took so long, you know? And he's like, oh, he said he went in there and the dude was just sitting in his chair and he had a big red mark on his head. And he said that he asked for a cigarette and the guy gave him a whole pack.
Oh damn. Oh, thank you for checking on me. Did he ever explain what caused it, or
he,
or he was just trying to?
he just pretended like nothing happened. He
Oh
was
my god!
crazy. When he'd leave his house, you could see him talking to the ground or something. Poor dude. Uh,
This just popped up on Babylonian text. Complicate Bible's image of Nebuchadnezzar.
hmm.
Very interesting. They apparently found some cylinders that talk about Nebuchadnezzar the second, and very interesting. But yeah, yeah, no,
uh,
yeah, I do believe, I do very strongly believe in it. But yeah, there are some people who are just like, yeah, I don't believe in any of that, and I'm just like, I feel sorry for you.
yeah. Well, I mean, I figure that if somebody didn't even believe or anything, if they were just an atheist, that I'm sure God or whatever would be like, all right, you're cool. Now you can't deny it, you
Yeah,
know? Like, all right, you got me. You're real. I'll say what's up.
proved your point. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Freaking. Well, it's a weird thing. The because it's like all those occultists were all into spiritism, and that
Mhm,
they say they were getting results and stuff, but they might have been. We don't know if they were all hypnotized or if they were all fucking. I mean, if they were in touch with something like Alice Bailey's Dijwal Cool entity, that
mhm,
the because nobody knows who or what Dijwal Cool is, and
mhm,
that all the secret societies, not all of them, but they refer to their head leader as the master, and that they'll always capitalize it and fucking that the because it's their god, but like uh but this whole because it's basically the Christ consciousness thing. They're claiming that they having a hive mind consciousness, and
mhm,
that some figure on Sirius is directing their consciousness, and that fucking that when I read the article that Schiller was indoctrinating that 1919, I was like, holy shit, like this is huge, like. And then Harry came on.
yeah,
Harry, he tends to try to sympathize for the Nazis, but he was just blown away by it too. He's like, whoa, because he knows about this Christ consciousness conspiracy, but in a more religious aspect. But like either way, it's the same conspiracy. It's the according to the conspiracy in the religious terms, they're channeling the Antichrist into all of their followers and having a hive mind. That's what if I was to like Christianize the language.
yeah. Well, the Antichrist. I mean, the Antichrist. That's the funny thing is, I wonder if they had to change it up because, like, the Antichrist, according like the Protestant, that whole thing about the Antichrist is supposed to come is relatively. It's like Reformation era. I don't think it was really common until the Reformation, and before that, like it was they had the because the Antichrist came
Yeah,
right after Jesus. You know.
like I'm thinking more like the Revelations book, not
Mhm.
necessarily Antichrist, but the Abaddon, the
Oh.
Moloch, the the Red Bull, the Lord of the Bottomless Pit, the Devil, because that's where
That's
they
what
get
they.
the Red Devil from. Is from the Red Bull. They merge the bull with the ram, the red
Uh,
goat of Pan. Yeah, because
yeah.
I've always been fascinated with fucking like
Oh,
demonology and stuff.
yeah,
Yeah,
they say Abaddon is Donald Trump.
well,
They're
that's
like the
pretty harsh.
revelations. What's up?
I think he's just a classic New Yorker.
Oh, I mean, because like they have like I think it's like Revelations 9:11 or something, where it talks about the Abaddon, and it's like Abba is father, Don, so it's kind of like Father Don, or you know, Donald Trump. So I don't know. I saw something about it the other day, actually.
Wait, I used to have this friend that was he was from Michigan, but then he moved to Syracuse, I think it was,
Hmm.
the place with all the horse races. The and then he was up there. He started culinary school and he worked in these big places in the city in New York or whatever. But like he was all like a professional chef and all this stuff. He knew terminologies which I had no idea.
Yeah.
But like he was a really good chef. But like he had this. When he came back, he was like full on New York accent,
Yeah.
and like trying to push all these New York type stuff, and it was like it was how do I put it? It's like uh it seemed like he was being rough on you or something, but that's just how that he was treated up there, and that it was like that's how, or not necessarily rough, but like the just the way it sounds rude and all this stuff to people, but it's like it's not really rude. It's just get to the point type of thing. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to explain the New York attitude they brought back, but it was a respectable thing. It wasn't like, but I see that also in the Trump, that he's got this New York attitude that
Mm.
people just hate it, and until you
Yeah.
get to know a person who's got the New York attitude and find out that they're all cool and stuff, it's like people just hate the New York attitude.
Yeah. I can see that. Why we get pulled over whenever we go to Florida.
Yeah,
It's
just it's like there's so many people. It happens in all the big cities. All these people move from other cities, and then all of a sudden the city changes, and it's like, well, what the fuck? This is not. It's like how the Chicago people move to the Michigan cities, or like,
mm,
sure there's a bunch of outsiders up there in New York and stuff.
mm.
They
That's
turn
the
it
problem.
into,
Yeah.
well, they like it's like they don't know the environment, so they can't. They think they're gonna help or something, but they don't even know what is going on in the city, and so they can't actually like or ah, I don't know. It's like the well, okay, so I was in this argument with this lawyer dude. He was a black dude from California, and he was super ultra leftist. He
Yeah.
was and he was saying Trump was racist, and I was like, well, can you just show me evidence, And it was like, keep in mind, I didn't want to vote because I figured it was rigged anyways. But like, I could, but I don't want to vote. But
Yeah.
the but so I was simply asking him to prove it, and then the only thing that was relatively close, it was this casino thing where this, I explained to him, like, okay, so imagine you're running a casino, you get a big client come in who just wants everybody to leave.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that you want to keep that client, like pampered to suck all the money out of him as you can through that casino. And then
Yeah.
but there was, because they were blaming the manager of the casino of like being racist or something, but it was like when I dug into it further, there was some kind of top dollar client or something that came in and was like, they were like, "Whoa, everybody, get the fuck out! We got big money
Yeah.
stepping in. We gotta make some money."
Yeah. It's like,
uh,
yeah, it's funny because I remember when I worked at Luna Park, the like 100, like probably more than 100 Jewish camps would chip in all their money and rent out the amusement park for like 4 hours. So we'd put it online. We'd let people know, Wednesday, August 10th, the park will be closed for a private event from 10 a.m. until like 2 p.m. And people would not read it, so they'd come over, they'd get angry, and they'd be like, "Oh, you guys are racist, you only do it for them." And I would be like, "Dude, go get two of your friends and rent out the park for what is it? I think it's like I forgot how much it was because it was over $10,000. It was like yeah, it was a good commission I got. Rent out rent out the park, and I'm gonna be standing right here in the front telling them to go away because the park's closed off. I'm like, nothing racist, but people
That
see
would be
racism.
cool. Rent
Oh
out Busch
yeah,
Gardens in Florida or something.
say it again.
Rent out Busch Gardens in Florida or something.
You
Have like a
could.
big party.
Yeah, you could do that. And most amusement parks have that option. We did it. Not I don't remember her name. It was I can't remember which famous. She was like a black musician. She was big, I guess, in the 2010s. And I remember she rented out the park like 2 hours with for just her and two of her friends, but she didn't want to get bothered by anybody.
Oh yeah.
So we were
I'm
like,
just
yeah,
rolling a cigarette over here. I got my Jinky cigarette roller. It works pretty
ah,
good though.
roll by hand. That's half the fun of rolling is rolling it by is like making the filter and you know rolling it up by hand.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you use a filter, but
Well, this whole thing with Iran, it's crazy. All this crazy stuff's fucking popping off in the news and stuff. It's like this whole Iran thing. It's like Iran's been this like boiling pot that's been
Mhm.
sitting there for 30 years, just fucking waiting to rumble,
Yeah,
and fucking, and now it's rumbling, and it's like, holy shit, there's crazy shit going on. Like, you know, I think that the world government is just so irate. 'Cause I'm not co-signing to everything that our current leader does, but
yeah,
the whole border thing, I'm definitely for, and but like also the ending of trade with China, certain other
yeah,
stuff to try to make America have more production power. But like the basically, I think the New World Order hates him so much because he's disrupting business. It's like they've got all this business going on where the internationalists are like, all they do is their money routes. They got the big boats going from over the Pacific, making all their money and all this stuff, and like, uh,
yeah,
you know, because I mean, if you look at it, Walmart, it's like you look at the fruit. It was chopped in South America,
yeah,
shipped to Indonesia or China or some shit,
yeah.
and then shipped back. It's like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? This fruit's getting more vacation than anybody in America.
Yeah, it's so true. Well, that's why I think like if there is like a white like I know that I hate to use the words because I know it's ridiculous, but like the white hats and the black hats, like
Well,
the
I'm
the
not
thing
familiar
the
what that
people
means exactly.
it's like the good it's like they have the good hackers and the bad hackers. So there's like they have like part of the New World Order. Half of it is like there's a good half of the New World Order and the negative half, and there's like it's the idea that there's a group of people up on top that are trying to actually save humanity as opposed to destroy it and bring us back to the digital dark ages. But I think that is that the actual conflict between them is the fact that there are people who are making so much money and they don't want the discomfort. They just want to continue making tons of money and innovating and all this other stuff and having businesses, and they don't want to have a giant massive war
Yeah,
and destroy
greed.
everything.
Yeah. Well, it's like this whole population thing. This population eugenics. So this is what I've been. Uh, I remember. I think it was Esoteric Agenda in like 2005. It was like they're talking about world reduction. They're talking about
Yeah,
George Guidestones and all this stuff, and it's like these people are all eugenicists. The
yeah,
New World Order. I mean, it's like It's like the thing I hate about it the most is how they've set up systems in America which are all unconstitutional that we have to
yeah,
obey to, or otherwise we'll get fucking thrown in a cage. But like, because the whole, I mean, like even to find out that the Nazis and the Illuminati were they made the whole psychology field. They
Yeah.
just strung it all up, and then there was a court case that Cooper was bringing up where and it was about some of those Project Phoenix people and that
Hmm.
some of their brainwashing or something, and that uh, the court case, the judge was like, there was people that were some kind of government psychiatrist, and the judge was not recognizing them as being professionals, and that so there was some kind of weird shit going on where they weren't actually professional psychiatrists, but they were parading around like they were, and like and so but like they've made all this stuff with psychiatry, and these people are all it's all just a giant con job, and they're doing weird experiments on people with the medicine they give them.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you've ever met anyone that's been on those whatchamacallits, what are those called? MR or something, or
mRNA.
some kind of psychiatric drug or something. I can't think of the term, but it's like,
Oh no.
yeah, I don't remember.
SSRI. It's what I know.
Yeah, I think it's SSRI. I think
Oh,
that.
SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors.
Yeah, yeah. So
Mhm.
they tend to go crazier and crazier. Like they just spiral into it, and then they keep going to these doctors, and the doctors aren't helping them. It's crazy. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I thought about making a business card that just says "witch doctor," leaving it places. make
Well, I
people
mean, yeah.
make people sign shit before I give them any advice. you know?
And then just give them simple advice like go step outside in the grass with your shoes off and go stand there for like 20 minutes and you'll feel better. You know?
Yeah.
Someone just sent me his thing about copper shoes, about like there's these shoes that have like copper. I thought it would have copper in it. It was like these copper shoes that what you do is you use them to like they harvest kind of they the earth's natural electricity and transfers it into your body and
Yeah, I've seen
and it
those.
gives you
My friend's
yeah,
got like this hoodie that's lined with silver or some shit or something
yeah.
crazy. The I mean, it looked pretty cool. There's,
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's a lot of times that, these drugs and stuff, they don't work. It's not that they don't work. It's just that like usually it's just you got to do something. You need something. There's something that you're not doing. That
yeah.
that puts you in. You know. I mean,
Mm,
that's why like even when they tried to get me to take. Like I think I told you once before, like, my school psychologist wouldn't let my mom put me on Ritalin. And I was always very grateful for that. And even when I got older and I went to CBT and they suggested getting a medication, and I'm like, here's the problem. I don't want to mess with my brain chemistry because the part of my brain that that'll ruminate on negative things is also the analytical side of my brain. And I don't want anything to like inhibit that, you know?
oh yeah. Yeah.
Like I don't like being I wouldn't like that feeling. I don't like I tried Xanax once, like recreationally, and I hated it. I thought it was the most disgusting feeling in the world. It felt like taking a nap and waking up in a porta potty,
I
you know?
don't think I ever tried that.
Ugh. I
Probably a
literally
good thing.
I took it. I went back. I took it to my friend's house. Then I went back to my house, grabbed my hookah, went to my friend's house in Brighton Beach, smoked hookah, watched TV, hung out, watched movies, smoked hookah. Went back to my house at probably like I don't know 5 o'clock in the morning. Went to bed. Woke up in the morning and had no idea why my hookah was in a bag. I'm like, yo, Why is my hookah in a bag? What did
oh
I
yeah, it's
do?
delirium.
I could not remember anything. I had to piece together the night before, and I was like, "Yo, this is disgusting. This is an awful feeling."
I think the mental illness is. I think it would be incredibly reduced if like groups of people just sat down and talked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? the, I mean
Well,
that's
I mean, yeah,
the huge problem. I mean, people are not these crazy people. They're not communicating what they're really thinking and what the hell's going on in their brain, and
yeah.
they refuse to take advice from anybody. Yeah.
I think it also has to do with like your because I do believe in divine destiny. I do believe in the idea of like I was talking about it with somebody earlier because like I tell people I'm like you weren't born, you weren't born into this world. You were born as part of this world, and you have like a divine purpose here, And I think like sometimes I think that my decision to allow myself to get fired was actually throwing me off my desk what I was intended to do. And you use examples like I use the examples of the numbers around getting my job. Like my list number was 318. 318 is triple high in Judaism. Like they'll get like three high, and then my garage was M7. Seven is also it's a good number in Judaism, and so I thought that maybe I screwed up, and and I went off my divine path, and now look at my situation. So I think that's another problem is a lot of people they don't believe, they don't understand that there's like they have a purpose, they have a divine purpose of what they're doing here and what their intention is. Maybe it is to be a fry chef, maybe it is to be the best fry cook ever, but like they live against the grain, which makes people depressed, which leads you to have to find alternatives to keep yourself like a crutch, propped up.
Yeah. I mean, it could be
So
the other way around. I mean, the
what do you mean?
maybe that you were meant to lose your job and somehow some sort of I don't know, maybe like a learning experience or something, or like a different future. I
Mhm,
mean, like I don't know. When I was a kid, we had a garbage man, and
mhm.
he got his head caught in the thing and fucking got his head chopped off, and it
Yeah.
was like it didn't happen at well, I think it happened on our street, like two houses from our house. It was
Wow.
fucked up. It was like, man, that's crazy. I wanted to be a garbage man. It's like, man, I don't want to get my head chopped off. Like, how the fuck did that happen?
Yeah, I've heard there's some brutal shit that can happen to you, you know. But I think my thing was more to get people organized, working together, and to like fight, the new world order. Like because I believe that the only way we can solve the new world order is through work it like workers' rights, and the middle class revolution. That's why, like, I once made a speech and I shocked everybody when I said it, but I was like, you don't have to be a communist to say workers of the world unite, you know?
Yeah. Well, the 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 modern people, it's like when you look up the word bourgeoisie in a period dictionary, it
Hmm.
says middle class or common person, and
Yeah.
so Marx was openly saying that he wanted to get rid of the common person and make it so that it was the rich versus the poor, the super rich versus the super poor, and
Yeah.
that there would be no in between, and that their carrot is that it would create a classless society, but I think that's
Hmm.
all the carrot that it was never meant to be. It was always just the first step of the plan was to just divide the classes into two extreme classes,
Yeah.
poor and rich, and keep it that way permanently. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think even when they did the Industrial Revolution, and especially like, you know, when it started, I think they realized, how important it, like how what they that the fact that when you create a middle class, like a middle class worker, a working class, then you creating a path for people to work against. It's like the school of fish is larger than the shark. That's what it becomes.
Ooh. Well, I mean, like it's like Weishaupt. He recruited all the richest people he could
Yeah.
for the goal, and that I mean, their goal was. I mean, it was like one of the way National Webster put it was so brutal. It was like they wanted to take away science. They wanted to basically make everybody work in a field with a garden hoe. And it was like, what the fuck? This is some dark shit.
Yeah,
the
that's no joke.
because she was talking about the French Revolution, how it was like the Illuminati burned the food. They made the people burn down their own stuff. They and then after the French Revolution, they were all starving, and then they all put their bread so high class, because that's all they had to eat for like 50 years. You know what I mean? Like, oh, French bread is exquisite. Oh, you know, like yeah, when you
Well,
got, you got no food, bread is pretty good.
yeah.
But well, then after the French Revolution, they raised the red flag. During the French Revolution, they raised the red flag. They they pull some OTO shit where they all
Yeah.
orgy out with some lady in the cathedral at Notre Dame, and they proclaim her as a goddess, and that fucking just like
Mhm.
Crowley and stuff. But like, and then afterwards they hail the symbol of the Phrygian cap and the fasci. And they have that symbol as the France coat of arms to this day, which was submitted to the Olympics a few years ago. But
Mhm.
it's like they're saying that France is socialism, and but it's where it has the fasci symbol and the Phrygian cap and which the red hat, and that the Phrygian cap and you know the red hats in the other cultures as well, with the fez of the
Mhm.
Islam. Nazis had a fez. It was the
Yeah.
same exact hat, but it was still the same symbol, a red hat.
The red hat. Yeah. Huh. I know like I thought the Fez they always say was supposedly a symbol of like people like some people don't like it because it was what they wore to like celebrate killing Christians or something. I something to
Yeah,
that effect.
yeah. The books say 40,000 Christians were killed in the city of Fez, and the
Yeah.
hats were all white. And then the Islams dipped their hats in the blood and turned them red.
Mm.
That's why they have that tradition of a red fez. But I mean, the Nazis wear the same hats. But the looks like the what's I getting at? The something about the France. Well, I think France. Well, in World War II, later France, like surrendered to Germany or whatever, and that I think it
Mhm.
was a planned surrender, that they were in league with Germany, and that same with like certain parts of Russia that were taken easy.
Yeah.
Because like I was trying to boil down which Russians exactly were singing the Horst Wetzel song, the German song,
Mhm.
uh, and that it was. I'm pretty sure it was in Belarus, or I can't remember exactly, but
The Wetzel song.
yeah, the Horst Wetzel's some kind of Nazi song that they were singing. Because Cooper made reference to it, and I was digging into it for
Die
about it.
Heinfach. Die. Die. Die.
Um,
Die. Die
it's
Heinfach.
I'm not sure what I read the lyrics, and it was some kind of Nazi garbage.
Because
But
I know
like,
the Feinhof.
because like it's like Blavatsky's from Russia. She's
Yeah.
indoctrinated into theosophy schools in Russia, and the Thule was just a cover for theosophy, and
Mhm.
the Vril energy was the odic force of Baron von Reichenbach of the Rosicrucians, which was the mesmerism, Franz Mesmer of the Illuminati, and so it's like basically they admit that they, regardless of whether hypnosis is some sort of spiritual thing or just simply some sort of psychological, but like that they're putting the people under a psychological spell of controlling their thoughts.
Yeah.
the That's how I think that they've done in the past. This
Mhm.
Illuminati, they because all the groups that they make, it's like they all have keywords, and that keywords are always uh, used in hypnosis for um, trigger words, where the person hears the word and then they remember the so it's like the what was it? It's like Cooper says in France that there was a phrase that was "now is the time," and that it was written in France all over, and that the basically that they had all seen the phrase and printed out in the local newspaper or whatever, and that's when the
Mhm.
French Revolution began. Uh, so it was an organized thing that they were.
Yeah.
It was an organized group. Uh, like they took away all the luxury items in France. They destroyed
Mhm.
everything that was luxurious. There was to be no luxury items.
Yeah. Yeah.
It reminds you of like Russia or
Um,
something.
yeah. 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 The state is. Yeah. It's based on the Vatican. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah. This is like Cooper. He's like the people in Russia. They all put their lives towards the state
Yeah.
to, and then the state did nothing for them and just screwed them all over.
Yeah. The state was rich, but the people were starving to death. You
Yeah,
know.
I think that was the whole plan all along.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're trying to do to America. I mean,
That's why I think. Yeah. Well, I mean, I mean, that's why we're trying to figure out, like, because it's any day now that there's gonna some kind of hyperinflation is gonna start. You know,
oh yeah,
like
yeah,
because we don't got money and we don't
yeah,
got silver either.
yeah. If the gold and silver is going up because of inflation and not because of technology, I'm assuming half of it's technology, but I mean, I'm hoping half of it's technology. The inflate the price of the silver and gold. Because if it's
Mm.
not, and it's really just all inflation, it's like it's all going to trickle down. You know what I mean? The land, the houses, the
Mm.
cars, the food, gas. Well, I mean, they might be able to keep gas at one price, but
Well, I mean, that's the thing. If they want to do if they want to play out a messianic event, that's another reason why they need to bring Iran into it. You know, because
oh yeah,
according to Daniel, it's the final beast. The final showdown is basically it's Rome, Rome and whatchamacallit, and Iran,
oh yeah.
Persia and Iran,
Well, I think
Persia
there's
and Rome.
Nazis in Iran and Ukraine.
Oh
I think
yeah.
that's why Russia's going apeshit about it. Uh, I mean, that's interesting. Where it's like Russia, if they really are, uh, that's they can't be independent, Putin and stuff, because
No.
they put that. I'm trying to think. Well, I guess they put that world military truck factory in there in like 1976, the Kama River.
Mm.
But then in like 1997, Billary gave like 7 million or something to that factory in Russia. Uh,
Hmm.
so I think that Putin's in league with the Rhodes Scholars. The Rhodes
Yeah, well, he's
Scholar.
WEF.
Oh yeah, he's
It's the
definitely New
same
World
thing.
Order.
Like if you ever watched the Redacted, the news channel Redacted. They're like they used to be really good, but then they became like Jimmy Dore, and their true colors started coming out. But they were talking the other day about Viktor Orban and how like and Viktor Orban was talking smack about, George Soros, yada yada yada. And I look into it, and it's like, well, George Soros is involved with the WEF, and
Yeah,
Viktor Orban's involved with the WEF. And then it was also like, they're talking about the refugees, and yet, like, because, he's behind the refugees. But then you go and you look at, um, not only is Hungary in the WEF, but they're also strongly affiliated with the Knights of Malta. And the Knights of
yeah,
Malta have a refugee. They control a lot of the refugees
yeah,
stuff in Europe.
yeah. That's why I was bringing up that Kama River. I forgot to say because that factory was made by William Casey. He was
Yeah.
Knights of Malta and intelligence. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Because and it's like they've had like the old Prime Minister of England was Knights of Malta, Tony Blair.
Yeah.
There's quite a few of them. I mean, yeah.
It's hard to find. Yeah.
That's why I think what's his name? Sammy Davis Jr. was some kind of undercover agent or something.
Hmm.
Because he was Knights of Malta. He was hanging out with Anton LaVey. He was going around with what's his name? The Rat Pack. The main guy.
Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, Frank Sinatra was a Satanist.
He's
That
also affiliated with the mafia, and the mafia we know is affiliated with intelligence.
yeah. Well, they were saying
Makes
that
Yeah.
there was some kind of Satanist stuff coming out of Russia. I don't know if it's true or not. Even what's his name? If Ted Gunderson wasn't full of shit about saying that he was, because he said it as well. I don't know if he was making shit up or just mixing up. You know what I mean? Like some kind of,
Mhm.
but I mean, because there's like a bunch of Russian mafia in Canada, and
Yeah.
the Russians had the castration cult in the 1800s, which I think was connected to the Satanism.
Hmm.
Yeah, the old temple of the Ishtar, the cult of Babylon. The it's like the I mean, I think I went into that where it's like, okay, so in the Bible it says Nimrod was the first Gentile king, and
Hmm.
that if the one writer's right about the definitions of the word Judah and Gentile, that the one means enlightened, the other means unenlightened. So Gentile would be unenlightened, and that
Yeah.
so I think they were just referencing Nimrod was the first perversion of the religion, and that the trickle down effect happened from there. But and then but it the Nimrod stuff it clashed with the stuff that was according to Arcana Freemasonry and Churchward that was coming out of the Yucatan Peninsula, and that the which is because Churchward was alleging that the story of the Bible was much older and that it was from the Yucatan, and that that the Temple of Solomon was in the Yucatan, and that the measurements of the interiors of the rooms were the same
Hmm.
measurements, and that the key, the cornerstone. There's so many different that book is really good.
Mhm.
But like,
It's interesting.
uh, yeah, because I mean, okay, so if you take like as an artist, like I used to draw people's, paint people's portraits, and
Hmm.
so I can see people's, I can see their ethnicity from the way they look, and
Hmm.
the but so the Mayans have very similar nose to the Hebrews, in
Hmm.
that and then I think, yeah, I think I brought this up to you before, where I was, the the heart rate of the Mayans was 50 beats per minute, which
Is
is
what?
50 beats per minute, and
Hmm.
the average heart rate is 72, and because they were all up in the mountains and shit, and like,
Yeah.
but then when I did a Google search, if Hebrews have a lower heart rate, that it did lean toward it. It's interesting.
Hmm.
I mean, like, because it's like, according to Church Ward, basically the whole Old and New Testament story happened in Yucatan Peninsula, and
Hmm.
that they all went there. That they were some sort of offspring. All these people were offspring of, some sort of, royalty, and
Hmm.
that then they go to Egypt and they're enslaved by Egypt, and then, then they pick up some of the Egyptian stuff, and then the Egyptian stuff also picks up some of their stuff, and so,
Hmm.
so it's like when the first idols of, it's like the first idols of, the Egyptian gods was, uh what was the, I mean, the oldest was the frog and the salamander, I think. But there's like a precursor Osiris story, which, it's like at that point is when the culture might have been introduced, and the religion absorbing the other, the other culture, and but from then, uh came the, because it's like, I can't, I don't remember if there's like an equivalent of the Mayan thing to the Egyptian, 42 Lesser Confessions of Ma'at, which
Hmm.
was basically like a precursor of the Ten Commandments, and that, interestingly, I also had the number 42, which is a Kabbalistic number. Uh,
You said
but
42?
yeah,
Hmm. Interesting.
but so, it's also that how long the heart takes to start beating uh, after there's an embryo that's, you know 42 days. It's also the ostrich egg time to, incubate an ostrich egg.
Hmm.
But the what was I gonna what was it? Yeah, like this Solomon stuff. He had the he. I mean, he doesn't say in the book, but he connects the origin of the cross from the axe or the hammer, and
Hmm.
that the hammer, or axe, was the symbol of the two, the North and the South,
Hmm.
which, uh, the North and the South hemisphere, which is, one was assigned fire, one was assigned water, aka the two pillars.
Hmm.
But like, but so, and then when they were together, the god of the two horizons, which
Hmm.
became the axe bearer, aka the hammer bearer, aka the cross bearer, and so, because it's like, uh, it all, it all comes together with the old Rosicrucian doctrine before it was tainted by Illuminati, where it was like, I mean, which Knights Templar, old school Mason doctrine,
Hmm.
the hammer inscribed with the word and the disc inscribed with the word, which
Hmm.
were concealed and then were refound, and then, the hammer turned into a cross, and rose, or the disc turned into a rose, and but before it was a hammer, it was an axe, and so
Yeah. Hmm.
and the axe was the alchemical symbol, which was the two triangles pointing at each other, which eventually merged to become the six-pointed star. Uh, so the god of the two horizons became the Star of David, uh,
Hmm.
and the story of Jesus, he's related to David, but the
Yeah.
it's or Judah the lion, and the what was it? I mean, that's to the old Mason. That's where the grip of the lion's paw comes from.
Hmm.
Is, like you getting uh, brought back to life by God, and that the doctrine is reborn through you from your understanding of it.
Hmm.
It's like I'm pretty stoned. I think I need another cigarette or a pop.
Yeah.
Is it?
I forgot where there is an origin of the Star of David, but a lot of people the one thing it's hard to explain to people, especially like is because they don't understand that symbols are universal. Like a lot, especially
Yeah,
it's like it's like you can have the Star of Remphan, you can have the Star of David, and then you can have like whatever the Hindus worship because it's not a symbol of one thing. It's an astrological symbol, you know.
yeah. It was
And
interesting.
yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No,
Well,
it's like just yeah, they don't realize. Yeah.
like the okay, so the legend of the two pillars, the one was lost during the deluge. Uh,
Mhm.
it's like the one pillar being the symbol of the one religion, the other pillar being the symbol of the other, and the one religion maintained, but the other religion was reborn later, according to the mystery schools. It's like the Hram, the builder, who refused to give the word to the three ruffians, uh, that which was the word of God, and so they killed him, and then in the story he goes into the earth and he dwells until Jesus resurrects Lazarus, who is Hram
Mhm.
Abiff, and then he uses the grip of the lion's paw, which is the word, the the secret word of God, according to the story. It's
Mhm.
very interesting. It's like
Well, the word creates. It's like abracadabra. I speak it. I will say it, and like I speak it, and it will be.
yeah,
Abra. Yeah, like the word can create.
I think I told you about that. John Allegro, he says abracadabra is Aramaic for Abba Dabora, which was our Father who art thou in heaven.
Oh, interesting. That could be
Yeah,
another. That could be another. Yeah, because I know from Hebrew, uh, um, it's like I don't know if it's from Hebrew or from Aramaic. It probably is actually from Aramaic. It would make sense. I have a feeling a lot of Kabbalah is in Aramaic, not in Hebrew, which is why people get
yeah.
confused because it
Well,
came from it's Chaldean. Yeah.
they've got the magic squares. You can find the magic squares in the Aramaic that's older than anything, basically. Like I, well, I mean, I think the oldest documented writing of the Word of God was like uh I want to say 2000 BC, but I'm
Hmm.
pretty sure it was 2000 BC, and it was on like a shoulder blade of like an ox or something. It was carved into some kind of animal bone. And it
Hmm.
might have been a rock or something, but so it's like that's when they first. The word is like extremely old. They say that in the Mason stuff, they say that when the initiate, after he gets his heart weighed by compared to the feather of Mont, which is the symbol of the 42 lesser confessions or the expanded Ten Commandments. That his heart's weighed, and then he goes into he goes and he meets the doorman, the seventh, or
Mhm.
Sobek or Sept. Sobek is Egyptian for seven, but it's also the crocodile, and so he then uh, he has to say the password to the crocodile, which is the word of God or the
Mhm.
Tetragrammaton. So it's like it's really interesting because it's like the story is very elaborate. And it seems to go to many different cultures. I mean, the
Yeah.
Chinese had the Tetragrammaton. The Iowa Indians had the natives had the Tetragrammaton. The
Yeah.
Druids had it.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the Druids was He Hu, and then so He Hu. I forget what He meant, but Hu meant sun, and then so Hugh man, Sun man, Hugh man,
Man.
British, which ish is man and Brit is contract,
Yeah.
man
Man
of
of
the
the or
contract.
covenant. Yeah. Man of the covenant, which is what they
Yeah.
call it. Brit, like a Brit. Brit Milah is the circumcision. It's
Hmm.
the it's a covenant. It's part of
Yeah.
the covenant. Yeah.
Well, in the Egyptian, it goes back to the Pharaoh marking the slaves.
Yeah.
The which is pretty wild. The Egyptian stuff is like it's really hard to get into because most of the books it's all just like pictures, it's really generic writing, and
Mhm.
it's like who the fuck are these archaeologists? They're not writing shit.
I don't trust archaeology. Not that much,
Oh
to be
yeah.
honest with you. Well,
Well, like I've
yeah.
studied the Osiris story, the Osiric cycle for like 20 years, and like I've read so many different variations on it, where it's like there's clearly a million misinterpretations. The symbols, the whole shebang.
Yeah. Well, it's relative to the culture. I mean, everybody was watching the stars back when. That's another reason why I think that of like what light pollution is to keep people from looking up again and like deciphering, the stars and deciphering the different time periods. Like now we go on, you go on a Facebook reel and they explain to you like the different, what is it, the 36-year time periods or the 80-year time periods or the different cycles that we go through, you know. But back in the day, there were people who knew what was going to come and, how,
Yeah,
but, now we don't really have that anymore. Like, cause
yeah,
nobody knows to look up, to see
yeah.
what's,
I'm gonna grab a
yeah,
soda real quick.
yeah. Like that's, yeah, people have lost the understanding of that all these symbols are mostly astrological and refer to things. That's why like even like, like Saturn, they talk a lot about that these days, but people actually don't understand the duality of Saturn. They don't understand that it's that you can that you can look at it different ways. Sad when they took away from us
Right. Yeah, yeah, I forget what we were getting on about.
the
Yeah.
symbols.
Oh yeah.
That's something that they taught us that like in Freemasonry, that was what something one of the things they taught us was like symbols are universal. And that makes a big difference. That's why even like the all-seeing eye, like I mean, that's a great example of it because I mean, if you ask a Catholic why you have the all-seeing eye, and like I can antagonize a Catholic with the all-seeing eye, but I know that they think of it as the Trinity. They
Yeah.
consider it like symbolic of the Trinity. But I kind of wonder what else, what it really, like, what else it refers to. Like in Freemasonry, you know, I
Well,
wonder what, because
I'm
there
pretty
is,
sure it's just the tetragrammaton, the triangle form, which
that's
is the
true.
which just it's just the chief cornerstone,
Mm.
the stone the builders refused. Damn it! There's a couple allegories on why they refused it, but I can't think of any of them right now. the but I think it kind of had to do with the bridge between operative and speculative, where it's like
Yeah.
the speculative stuff of old times was about the Bible and the Word of God and stuff, and what I'm talking about with the tetragrammaton making the triangle and that being the chief cornerstone,
Mm.
that's the speculative side of Freemasonry, where it's not necessarily speculative. It's it, the operative the operative Masons. Uh, it's like they don't understand the symbols. I guess it's hard to
Well,
explain.
operative masons didn't have to, because because the whole point of it being of operative masonry, in my opinion, being a universal thing, is the fact that, like, if it didn't matter what you worshipped, you could work on any job site. So like, I'm like, King
Yeah,
Solomon could have brought in to build his temple, he could have brought in pagans to help build it, and it didn't
I
matter
mean,
what they believed. It was,
in the Mason books, it says that that the workers were all indoctrinated into the first 2 degrees at minimum, and then
yeah, they were
the general
apprentices.
managers were third degrees, and that they made sure that the heart of the mysteries was fully embedded in the first 2 degrees, so
Yeah.
that even though the worker didn't know that he knew the mystery, that if all the elites, died off or something, that the workers would still carry on the story. It
Mm.
was a way to preserve the doctrine without. That's why the doctrine of God, quote unquote, the Word is reborn in the initiate. He holds the story, but he doesn't know that he holds the story. The and then so you could travel anywheres, and if you knew the story, that you could use the same signs, symbols, and passwords and tokens.
Yeah,
Uh,
to get onto a job site. Yeah,
yeah,
or to get into a lodge. Yeah.
yeah.
But
Well, I mean, they were running the cathedrals. I mean,
yeah,
all the temples and stuff. Knights of the Temple.
yeah. Well, that's what they were. I mean, they were building cathedrals that had double meanings. I mean, I think, you have,
Yeah,
because you have mass and then you have black mass. So even like the last time the operative masons were supposedly active was to build the cathedrals of Europe, the medieval cathedrals.
yeah.
It became speculative. But I guess that's maybe it. Maybe the speculative was created to maintain, a skeleton version of the craft that doesn't actually, you know, but in case
Well,
they did really,
it has
yeah.
to do with the the speculation of how God built the universe, the great builder.
Right, right.
The
'Cause that's,
well,
yeah.
because they noticed in the mathematics that it all seemed to have a rhythm to it. Uh,
Well, well, that's the thing. That's what separates Illuminism from Masonry, is the fact that Freemasonry is the idea of building on the earth. It's understanding how God made the earth so you could build on it, so you can create, you know?
I mean,
And
like the Illuminists, they go into like ecstatic, like insanity that that's what the system is designed. It's like
yeah.
for the Masons, it was all about understanding the secret word. Uh,
Mhm.
the secret word that the Templars had to hide the secret of Christianity that they found in the degrees. So created the degrees to preserve the secret of the word. I mean, the best way to put it, and the secret of the word is in the third degree,
Yeah.
with the handshake, the the lion's paw, which I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I think it goes further than all the other religions. It goes more in depth. It's more. Uh, I don't know. There's a lot more backing it up. You know what I mean? It's like when you read the old Mason books, it's really like they're saying stuff you wouldn't expect them to say. It's like, man, they're really well read on these subjects. Like Jesus, I wish I could read that much.
Well, I mean, I mean, I think the operative Masons were also, I think they, it's like, they help build. If you look at like India, you look at their old temples and the intricacies and the mysteries of them. And then you look at the country today, and they can barely build a shack. And then you
Yeah.
look at like Egypt, and like Egypt was the same thing. Even in fact, even ancient Egypt, like the original empires, like
Oh
the
yeah.
first empire was like completely different than the final empire. They couldn't even mimic the work that they were
Yeah.
doing, so they got rid of their operative masons too.
It's like
Something happened.
in America, it's interesting because Prussia, when they built the Scottish Rite Lodge in
Yeah.
D.C., the House of the Temple, it was all done in stone with no metal and no cement, and
Yeah.
that it was done after the mausoleum of what's his name, which was one of the seven great wonders of the world. But like that, um, there there's a puzzling thing about Henry Clausen. It's like I believe that he's specifically referencing the OTO, and he says in this 20-minute video that's on YouTube, he says uh, that the orgies of Bacchus had infiltrated the lodge or something along those lines.
Yeah. Well,
But like,
that's yeah.
what's crazy because it's like in the same rant, he was also talking about psychic powers and like uh some of the druid stuff and all this stuff. It's like uh it's interesting. It's like so if you the guy that made the Golden Dawn, for example, it's like he made it and it was all uh you had to be a third degree member of Freemasonry to join the Golden Dawn, and
Mm,
the whole stuff, it's all magical doctrine. It's all magic.
mm,
It's not and then it has to do with very in depth Kabbalism. That's and like, but it's not what people think. Some kind of evil thing or something. It's like the star stuff with the tarot and all these symbols and numbers, and I mean it's I went through it before a little bit when the German lady was on, but like the it's very in depth. It's like they use the gematria as like a it's like the book will reference different parts of the book, and that the phrases or the names will have the same gematria, and
mm,
that it's like a story that's it's like a mapped out story. There's sequences to the words and stuff where the
mm,
I mean that's in the Old and New Testament, it seems, and that the I don't know, it's very interesting, like because I tried to study that dude that wrote Revelations and what actually went down on Patmos, and looking at Patmos with a magnifying glass, everything about it, and uh, finding all the oldest Christian churches, the which were typically very small.
mm.
They were, but I don't know. I think they're just missing stuff in the books. There's a lot more to it. only the Masons can explain.
Yeah. Well, I think it makes sense why all those mystery schools, especially once it became illuminized, would get into the lodge because, like, I believe that like speculative masonry was like is the shallow end of the esoteric pool, you know, and once you get into that, you can be
Well,
offered, you can follow the degrees and you can be offered to go into other things
yeah,
around it, I guess. But when you put it all under the symbol of Freemasonry, then it makes it easier just to blame the Freemasonic Lodge for everything,
yeah. Well, it's
But a
like,
lot of people, yeah, they don't
well,
get
they
it.
don't understand. People don't understand that it's like what the Templars brought back from Solomon's stables. They had found documents there, and that they brought back the religion and had to conceal it, and it was
Yeah,
some sort of lost religion of Solomon that was that Solomon's stable keepers had stored some sort of scrolls. One of the scrolls was found in a leg of in the leg of some kind of church thing, and that it was in France, and that all of a sudden Rome paid the guy a bunch of money, and that and then the next thing you know, he builds a church, and then he puts Asmodai at the altar of the church, right at, or
mm,
not at the altar, right at the front, and that I think he was showing that the church was worshiping the devil, and that the
yeah,
Templars that they had left something that was clear evidence that had like shattered his beliefs.
mm,
I mean, it's. I mean, that's where that whole relating the whole the two Babylons book with the Red Bull being Moloch or Abaddon, and Apollyon was the other name for Abaddon, which Apollyon was the god of Rome, the Sol Invictus, and that so the god of Rome then became the chief proprietor of the new religion. They had hijacked the religion and then inserted their sun god, and the like altered the doctrine to fit the fucking story, basically.
mm,
Yeah, 'cause in the story, it's like the according to the pattern that in the story, the part where they don't find Jesus in the temple or whatever, or in the tomb, and it's supposed to end, and then they added
mm,
on to it. It's like according to the pattern that he would remain in the earth until the reemergence in the next section of the story, the new fable, the
mm,
like how it goes from Enoch to Hiram to Lazarus to Jesus, and then Jesus goes in the earth, and so he would be in the earth according to the
mm.
according to the I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah. No, it's yeah,
Hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty stoned.
that's cool. Yeah, I can't wait until I can smoke again. I got so
Oh
much
yeah,
bud sitting here and I can't even smoke it.
you've been having crazy dreams.
Yeah, well, that's why I quit smoking the first time, so I'd stop dreaming. But now I'm
Oh,
back.
dude, stop.
What's up?
That seems like the opposite. Usually, I smoke just so I don't dream.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I started. Sorry, I started smoking again, so I'd stop dreaming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. So,
Oh,
but
yeah, yeah,
yeah, but now it's like, ugh,
yeah. You could always drive the Amish around.
Yeah, I go down to Pennsylvania. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'll see what I'll do in the meantime. I wouldn't mind the long commute because I can read again because it gives me an excuse to read. You know, I like it's like if you have a long commute, I used to do a lot of reading while I was on the train. You know, so it's actually one of the good things about having a long commute. But if this other job is a little bit closer to my house, I might take it just because of the proximity. I don't have to schlep all the way up to Hunts Point.
Oh, yeah. Schlep. That means walk.
What's up?
That means walk, I'm guessing, or hoof it.
Drag. It's like
Okay.
when you have to go somewhere like unwillingly or, yeah,
Oh,
it
okay.
means drag, like drag yourself up there.
Yeah.
I
I'll have to
forgot
remember that one.
it's not like I always figure everybody uses these terms, but because like in New York where everybody uses it, you know.
Oh yeah.
It's just funny, like how it changes. You get to the rest of the country, and people are like, "No, we don't use any of those words."
Yeah. Yeah.
In the places in America where they eat cookie salads, they definitely don't use the word schlep.
Cookie salads.
Cookie salads, yeah.
Oh, I
It's
didn't
like
know that was a thing.
it's like I think it's from Minnesota. It's like the whatchamacallit, like the Lutheran potluck food.
It's
It's like one of
bizarre.
those like Lutheran potluck dishes that they get. It's like they mix like Snickers bars with Cool Whip and stuff like that. It's called like cookie salad.
Hmm. It's sponsored by Dennis. Dennis all got stock in candy companies. No.
It's a retro dessert popular in the upper Midwest, especially Minnesota and North Dakota. It is
Oh
made from
yeah.
a creamy base of instant vanilla pudding, buttermilk, whipped topping, and mixed with drained canned mandarin oranges, pineapple, and folded and crushed. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
Trying to think of which type of people went up to Minnesota. Isn't that Mormons or Dutch or something?
Lutherans. Well, originally, it's funny. I mean, it was interesting because I think I told you I wanted to write that out. I wanted to write something for Jesuit World Order on it, but it was kind of fascinating because that's actually where the civil rights movement began. I was talking, if anybody watches Eric John Phelps, I was talking to George Widja the other day, and we were talking about why is Minnesota become the center of all this stuff? And like it actually turns out that's actually where the civil rights movement technically began. In a way, it started by two Jesuit priest brothers,
Yeah.
the Marco brothers, Markoe. So I
Yeah.
wanted to do a write up of it for Jesuit World Order.
Ironically, they started the Mall of America there, the biggest mall.
Yeah, yeah,
Let's
it's like it's crazy.
yeah. There's well, it's like all the kooky groups always go to these far off locations like the Mormons and Utah and stuff. Fucking Scientology goes out west, you know.
Mm.
Excuse me. Whoa.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, a lot of it is comes from the Mormonism is well because Mormonism I think was founded as sort of like a manifest destiny kind of thing. That's
Well,
what it was. They called it manifest destiny, but it was more like
I
it
think it's
was kind of
basically
like
Illuminati.
yeah.
It's on par. It's like the same thing as the British Israelism, but like a different. I mean, they preach the same kind of bullshit, but it's in a different. It's in a more. I mean, it's still consciousness cult, but it's like, or basically when you look at all these cults and stuff, it all goes to Sirius.
Mhm.
Their chief thing is always Sirius. Like you go in the Mormons, you go to the planet Kolob on Sirius, In the Babylonian stuff, you go to Sirius, and the
Mm.
uh, the Illuminists changing the doctrine of Masonry, that the North Star was the old place of light, and that the new place of light is Sirius in the east, but and that they've turned the north into the place of darkness, and they say that that's the place of Adonai, and so they're
Mm.
saying that the god Adonai is the place of darkness, and that
Donai would be, or that would be the Lord. That would be the
yeah,
Tetragrammaton.
yeah,
Yeah.
so they're going against God basically when they worship Star Sirius.
Mhm.
Uh, it's like
Interesting.
yeah, because I already knew that stuff about the North, and then when I read that Church Word book, and he's saying that the East was never the East, and the Master of the Lodge would sit at the North in the original
Mhm.
in the oldest stuff, and so like somehow it got switched up, and I think that's where it's like that's where Nimrod comes in, where it's like before Nimrod, the the ancient Freemasonry was hailing towards the north, and that towards
Hmm.
Polaris, and that the Nimrod had changed the doctrine, and then the goddess worship of Sirius comes into play, and in the east, in the and
Yeah.
that the
Yeah, because in the lodge, the north is dark.
yeah,
That's where it
yeah,
remains dark.
yeah. Church Ward, I'm pretty sure he was saying the east was the darkness and the old one, and I don't remember
Interesting.
because I don't think it was. I'm pretty sure it was. I think it just straight up switched locations. North
Is the
became the
star?
east.
Yeah. Is the star more prevalent in the summer? Like, is Sirius more prevalent in the summer? Like, is it like a? I'm trying to
Like
think because yeah.
I think the dog days are like direct
Well,
summer.
because I wondered why the Freemasonic lodges why we go dark in the summer, and I think it has something to do with, and I wonder if it has something to do with it being the north. Because if you have four seasons, four directions, and you remain every one of them's lit except for one.
Yeah,
So what's the symbol? What's the symbology behind that? I wonder if it has something to do with the north.
probably. I would assume so.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like the whoa, excuse me. It's like whoa. In the summer, the what is it? The planet Mars is in line with Cancer,
Mhm.
and that that's the symbol of the seventh tarot card, which is the lion, strength. And so strength or the lion or Judah is shown as the symbol of uh, Mars and Cancer, which is the summer solstice. And it's like, well, I think that okay, so I think that the August, what is it, August 7th? I think that's when the Leo is closest to Sirius, but
Mm.
the how does it go? There's like there's some Mars mythos in the whole thing where it's like has having to do with the good side of Mars, which was male, and then the bad side, which was female. And the bad side was associated with the goddess of ancient Babylon and Sirius, and the good side was associated with Jesus. Oh, freaking weed. Like the Scarlet King mythos that I ran into. It's like the Scarlet King versus the Scarlet Whore. Where the
Hmm.
fuck's your phone? Yeah, there was you can find some of the oldest stuff with coins, and that there were some coins that was let's see here. There were some coins that showed the opposite of the Scarlet Horror, and it showed him
Mhm.
on a lion with a crown in his hand. There's that. And that the Scarlet Horror eventually became what the Liberty lady with the fasci, which technically I'm at that picture right now.
I wonder if there's some kind of symbology to the USS Liberty.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not sure about that, but
Well,
like
just
the
can you mention that?
it's like in the Nazi articles, it was mentioning the French Grand Orient Statue of Liberty originally wanting to place it at Suez Canal.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
you can see she's got
Well,
the fasci in her hand.
oh
Symbol
yeah.
of the
Does the
old.
Statue of Liberty have a? No, the Statue of Liberty just has the chains and the apple. I think it's like an apple. It's like because it's a symbol of like It's a symbol of like what they call like
The
Lucifer.
fruit.
Yeah.
I was looking for that coin. Damn it, I think I passed it. The fuck what? I can't remember. Oh, okay, I remember which coin it was.
Yeah.
This is just taking forever. I still haven't transferred all the pictures of the books from. Well, so here's a different coin that
Mhm.
has to do with the stuff with the hammer and the axe. And you can see he's got the hammer in his hand or the axe.
Oh, and
And
notice he's got the pillars
then,
and the triangle.
yeah, then he's got a lion thing on his head. Uh,
Huh.
the yeah, and then he's standing the same delta on the top.
Yeah,
Another
yeah, that's what I'm
symbol.
saying. It has that same, and it has the pillars. They'd use that. You had a Jesus one like that too, and that's like
Yeah,
a very common motif. That's a very common, the
and
two
here's the other
pillars
one.
and the triangle thing.
See the axe.
Yeah. Oh, neat.
So it's like the axe was the symbol of the 6-point star. Uh,
Mm.
it was like, you know, it was like a good culture, and that the you know coins with real
Mm.
money, not like Roman coins that were plated.
Yeah. The first fiat currency.
Damn, I think it's in my computer. Once I lost it. Yeah, I can't find it. Whoa. Yeah, I forget what I was getting on about. The
Talking about a bunch of stuff.
something about Mars, the war thing. Oh yeah, the thing about the darkness in the north.
Mm.
The it's like that's where the whole stuff about the sons of Seth and the sons of Cain. It's like the
Yeah.
sons of Cain put the east in the place of the light, but the sons of Seth had the place in the north, and that pretty sure that's how it went. But whoa, the well, it has to do with this it has to do with that two pillars thing I was talking about earlier. The one pillar was lost. The one pillar represents the religion of the sons of Seth, and the one
Mm.
that kept going was the religion of the sons of Cain. And that but I look at them in symbolic terms, uh, where the just the fire and the water, and that the So it's like that's why that's uh it's like their their ancient religion with Tammuz. He was fed with fire. He was born in fire, and the from the goddess, which is Sirius. But then the religion of uh the other side of the religion, the good side, was
Mhm.
of you know well, this whole like John the Baptist stuff and references
Mhm.
holy baths and stuff in the Old Testament. This water stuff. This and it's like the well, it's like this secret of it was lost. This whole thing about uh going into the earth. This whole symbolism, the nine arches of Enoch and the hieroglyph and Jesus thing. It's like that was part of the lost doctrine of the pillar of water or whatever.
Mhm.
Or- wait, I can't remember which pillar is which. I might be mixing them up. Uh, they used a term that it was some kind of stone that could float for one of them, and that's why that one survived. Uh, uh, what was I getting at? The something about the Abaddon stuff. It's like so in the Mason stuff, the Tyler is uh the Archangel Michael, and
Mhm.
the damn, I forget what all the other parallels are. 'Cause I've seen the books and they've like discussed this because Michael holds the wavy sword,
Mhm.
the flaming sword, and which is interesting because in the symbols, the the Garden of Eden is guarded by a cherubim with the sword. I'm pretty sure, but like
Right.
you know, I was trying to bring some up last night where Harry was like the some of the Kabbalistic stuff about it's either Moses or Noah or both of them, and Jesus being on the 49th path, and how the 49th constellation was Uniceros, and that the four horsemen in Revelation were uh, Pegasus, which was the red horse, Centaurus, which I think was the white horse, and then Centaurus. Who's the other ones? Damn it, I'm stoned. There's two more horse signs. Sagittarius, which is the red horse, or no, not the red one, the black horse, I think. Or no, Uniceros is the black horse. Uh, but what was it? Because Death rides on the the black horse. I'm pretty sure. Uh, damn it, how does that go? But so well, it's an interesting coincidence because they say that there's like a Christian mythos of saying that Jesus was on one of the four horses, uh,
Saint who?
saying that Jesus was one of the
Oh,
riders.
I said Saint somebody. I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, they changed
and
the
then the
book. They
sword.
changed. Wait. Oh, you said on the horse?
Well, he had the sword, the
Oh.
horse with the sword, where it's like they say that the in the story it's like the sword comes out of his mouth in the story, some sort of metaphor,
Mhm.
uh, and then he's bearing the sword bearer. I mean it makes more sense of like these knighthoods with swords and the, the Templars and stuff. They were it's like they were carrying a tradition or something that was already something that existed, you
Right.
know, prior to themselves.
Well, that's what a lot of the ancient religions were, was adoption of other people,
Yeah,
adoption of each other's symbolisms. And that's why, even like when I explain, I mean, I don't like, I don't like being critical of Christians or Christianity, but realistically, that's why Rome, like if you look at the ancient cultures, they when they defeated each other, they would take their gods, because it was
yeah,
like, well, if your gods were so strong, they would have let you, you would have beaten us, and
yeah,
that's why, like, the only way Rome could have defeated the Jews, was to take their god, and
yeah,
create, and that's what they did. That's why Marcionism didn't win, because Marcionism would have been something separate, not
yeah,
connected, this was a punishment. It was a punishment to the Jews. It was like, look, we defeated your God, you know,
yeah. It's like
and then they blasphemized him. Yeah,
in the mystery schools,
blasphemy.
the
Hmm.
Horus is Jesus, and that
Horus,
there's
Krishna.
well the in the Horus story that he's lame of his limbs from the waist below, and that the story where the spirit of the side uh, is relevant, but like in the story also, um, what was it? Oh, I forget what I was going to bring up. There's a bunch of weird anomalies that are, like that Revelations. It says in Revelations he was crucified in Egypt. It's like, well, what the fuck are they talking about? Egypt, like it doesn't say just Egypt. It says Sodom and or Gomorrah in Egypt or something.
Hmm.
Uh, it says let me see if I can find that. It's right in Revelations. It's like
Yeah.
yeah, I'll bring it up. Yeah, crucified in Egypt. Revelations verse Greek. Okay, here we go. Oh, chapter 11, verse 8. Okay, and the body of them upon the street of the city, the great, which is figuratively Sodom and Egypt,
Hmm.
where also the Lord of them was crucified.
Uh-huh.
The
Yeah.
Sodom and Egypt. It's like, uh,
Um, Agrippa's Egypt.
yeah,
Oh, where also the
curious.
Lord of them was crucified.
Yeah, it's definitely Sodom and Egypt.
Hmm.
So I mean, it's like there's a riddle with this that nobody can answer, and then it's very interesting. I mean, because I mean, what if the Jesus story was older, and that they thought it was from Egypt, and so if they're identifying the place, but then they're saying two places, Sodom and Egypt, so it's like, uh, what are they talking about exactly?
Hmm. Well, well, Jesus does go down. I mean, his family flees to Egypt in one of the gospel stories. His family flees to Egypt to get away from the death of when they kill when Herod orders the killing of all the boys. He goes down to Egypt, and
Yeah.
Sodom and Egypt.
Well, I mean, it's interesting though because it used the word Iscariot or the crucified.
Yeah. Hmm.
Let me look that up and see if I can find an old dictionary. Why won't it let me
Search
copy?
Google for it because it'll search it in its language or no?
Um, oh god dang it. Okay, let me.
Kurios. Interesting. The Greek word. I'm sitting here reading and I realize I can because I can kind of read Greek because I can read Russian.
Oh,
So
interesting.
it's
Russian
kind of
is
similar.
connected with Greek.
Yeah, they both use the Russian. The Cyrillic alphabet is similar to the Greek alphabet. Like the D, if there's a D over here, but there's not. Oh, there is. Oh, it's lowercase. But the D in is the triangle, is the delta, and then in Russian it's kind of a similar letter, but it has two like landing gears coming off the edges. But it's not. It's based on it, but they make it look a little differently in uppercase. But it's based on that.
Yeah.
The Apocalypse of Saint John.
Okay, so it mentions it here. Uh,
The name of Sodom given to Judah in its worst days.
hmm,
Oh, there you go. So just the once moral degradation and utter ruin, Egypt, the house of bondage. Oh
oh
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
That's how you mentioned that. Like it's like
that's going
it
along with
represents the lower. Yeah.
yeah, it's going along with that one. Because it's like the Jesus story was said to exorcise demons, but the demons weren't demons; they were lower natures. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and so like
Oppression
somehow,
and slavery. Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, like freaking
Both literal and figurative.
somehow people attach some sort of supernatural thing to it when it was more literal.
Yeah.
Because hmm, yeah, some of these old books are pretty good. Might have to keep that one on there.
We're also of them was crucified. And this is talking about why? Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, let me check the King James version and see what their wizards translated it to.
Yeah.
11:8.
That's Revelation 8:11.
I think it's 11:8.
11:8. Okay.
Yeah,
I wonder what 11:9 talks about because
11:8
Revelation 9:11 talks about I think Abaddon. So I think Revelation 11:9 might have a
says,
similar symbolism.
uh, "It shall wait, and their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified." Spiritually, I don't see spiritually in this one.
Yeah, and it doesn't. It says, "And the body of them will be upon the street of the city of the great city,
Yeah,
which is called figuratively." Did it say figuratively in this King
I
James?
think
Did it use
figuratively
that term?
is the
No,
spiritually.
but you just read it from the King James. Did it say that? Did it say
No, it says
figuratively?
spiritually.
Spiritually. It doesn't say figuratively. That's interesting that they would use two different words like that.
Yeah. So it's only mentioned in Revelations and Corinthians. That word is Corinthians. Is that New Testament or Old Testament?
That's Paul. That's New Testament.
Oh, so I don't trust Corinthians.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm not. I don't remember. I know Luke Acts, but I'm not sure. I don't think, and I'm not. And I know Hebrews, but I don't know about Corinthians. There's the pseudo Paul because there's the
Yeah,
Paul books, and then there's the books that were like written in his name,
yeah,
and they're not Pauline, which is like. But I don't know if Corinthians is one of them. If it's one
yeah.
of the
Because
original Paul, the pseudo Pauline.
Paul is how Rome inserted its religion. They added
Yeah.
Paul, which wasn't original to the doctrine.
Yeah.
Uh, and that
Yeah.
Paul, all the Illuminists quote Paul,
Yeah.
all of them.
Well, that was like, I mean, Paul really is the last holdover of like Marcionism and Gnosticism, and that was what Paul did. I mean, he wasn't who he said he was. He definitely wasn't a student of Gamliel oppressing
Yeah,
Christians in Damascus. Doesn't even make sense. But he was definitely like somebody who was trying to, create, put like kind of like pagan and esotericism into, and like just kind of connect it to the, because he doesn't, yeah, he
Yeah,
doesn't, I don't think he talks about Mary being a virgin and stuff like that. I think, yeah.
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. That's what Cooper says. Paul doesn't uh, talk about the thing, and that Paul was. It's like Paul's the head figure of Rome, the head figure of the Orthodox, the head
Yeah.
figure of like all of them, and it's like
Yeah.
his doctrine wasn't organic. It
Yeah.
was it was Rome was diddling.
Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, that's
Yeah,
he doesn't really talk about Jesus much. He just talks about like the symbol. He basically just kind of explains the whole, dying and rising God to people who would not have been brought up with it. Like, you know, and
yeah,
like, yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah. Cooper
Like,
says he's straight up preaching the Illuminism.
well, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Paul's whole shtick is not, it's his thing is not about Jesus, and it's, completely abrogating, Judaism.
yeah,
So his whole thing is pretty much just to that, like, I think Paul as probably the most esoteric. I heard Revelations was also not originally a part of, I don't know where I heard that from, but someone once said something about Revelations not being an aspect of the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Gospels. Like it was
yeah.
added much later.
Well, they're just mad that they can't understand it.
Yeah.
We don't understand this. We're just gonna set it over here and say
Yeah.
say that it's not relevant.
Blame it on someone else. Yeah.
Yeah, because according to the scholars and stuff, that John of Revelations he was saying what Jesus would preach, and that
Mhm.
the other people were all just talking about Jesus. They weren't saying, exactly what he was saying, type of thing.
Yeah.
Uh, and
Well,
so like
Jesus,
this,
yeah.
so
Sorry.
like this prophetic warning of some kind of Abaddon was like him warning of some kind of warning of the Red Bull,
Hmm.
which was this goddess worship, and that its initiates were the Abaddon. All the people that are the Christ consciousness are, I think
Yeah.
that they're being brainwashed and programmed to create chaos. That they're, I mean, I'm trying to get into like too much literal thinking or anything, but like, I mean, there's, damn it, I just spilled a bunch of weed. That rolled too much in the fucking, yeah, yeah, and then the whole, damn it, what was that? Yeah, the white stone is the keystone in Revelations. Uh, in the keystone, the letters, they make not only a cross, an equilateral cross and a circle, but also, which was the symbol of earth, but
Mhm.
also, or the symbol that Jesus first used, but also um, it has the four elements, the INRI. So it's like it's like it's an interesting story because I don't know if it's all uh well I think it's all just symbols in that, but it's symbols that basically lead to marks in time where they're saying, uh they're talking about the stars being in certain spots in the sky and the planets, and when they're in certain spots, that's when
Mm,
the that's like a measurement in time. It's like you can
yeah.
know what time they're talking about. 'Cause they weren't talking of time in calendar dates. They were talking about it in their way, which was mentioning these stars and stuff. Uh, that's why the whole four horsemen thing is relevant.
Mm.
The four constellations and the other symbols and the whole thing. The because it's like like for the, I mean, like in a different part of the story, the Hiram Biff thing. He's of Tyre, and Tyre was Mars, and that he was the good aspect of Mars, or the symbol of versus the negative attachment, which is the other. Uh, you know, there's more to that. But I'm pretty stoned.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking now, like, what is like what like I was thinking about a little bit about Paul and like what it is, and it's like if you think about it, the Jesus story, the Jesus movement took off, and it was getting people interested in Judaism, and that would have, and if Ebionitism had won, if because the Ebionites were basically fully Jewish Christian who believed in Jesus, and they only had an added gospel. I think they just used Matthew. Then and other people, and that became like a domino effect conversion. People were joining that. Then it would have succeeded as Jews being, success in getting into the age of Pisces, and they guess they knew that, and the only way to stop it was to create Paul and Marcionism, and that way it was like, yeah, the Jews entered the age of the Pisces. It did become the Jewish age because Muslims, a majority of the world worships the one God of Israel, but they don't worship him correctly. They don't understand anything about him. So that was the way that the Rome kind of trashed, Jews thinking that, the age of Pisces was going to be theirs.
Yeah.
And that's what Paul is, and Marcion, because Paul, yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking about that, and that makes sense.
Oh
Because
yeah.
I've been like mulling, like, the age of Pisces and like Jesus symbolizing that. Like kind of so Jesus symbolizes Jews entering the age of the Pisces, and you know, and then it's in real life it's foiled, but not it's like half foiled.
I mean, uh, think of it possibly like the enlightened know that the age of Pisces is happening. Like
Yeah.
because I mean, uh, I try to look at a non supernatural
Yeah.
aspect just for the just to like, but like the I mean it's the whole Paul thing. It's like Cooper says Paul was he went by Saul, and that he was a Roman agent, and that
Hmm.
he was infiltrating their network, uh, and that you know, I mean, if he was alive at the time that you know, what I don't think he was. I think it was way later, and well, I mean, the Council of Nicaea did some dirty shit. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah. It sure was.
yeah, like who knows what kind of documents are holding back, you know,
Hmm.
or even like there could be Templar documents that were well, there was okay. So Napoleon went to the island of Malta and then took back all the Templar stuff, brought it back to France, and then nobody knows what happened to it, basically. And then all of a sudden, there's like a giant barrage of French books about the occult, and it's like, and not necessarily the dark side of the occult, but I mean, there was. It's interesting because what's his name? I can't think of the writer. He writes a book called Satanism in France or something. Uh, but he's a famous occultist, but I
Hmm.
thought the book was going to be some kind of wild stuff about Satanism and stuff, but he was debunking a bunch of the Satanism stuff, and it was very interesting because it was like, uh, I think that Rome, once that those documents got to France, Rome started
Hmm.
making psychological operations and campaigns to try to drown out the any type of doctrines that were leaked, and so that they made their own through the Jesuits and stuff. They made their own occult orders, which were practicing heathenism and like Crowley type stuff. I mean, I, Crowley he uses it's like Rome and the two Babylons. It's like they're worshiping the goddess. Crowley is worshiping the goddess. They both use the dove, the goddess, and that
Hmm.
the both are known for they say there's all sorts of weird orgies and shit going on in Rome, like
Yeah.
in the Vatican and stuff, and like the Crowleyites are all orgiastic, and that they're all materialistic. Their goddess, being the symbol of materialism, and that that's why they're all shrouded with gold.
Mm. Yeah.
Like fucking all their Mayan blood gold that they stole.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, because it's like, I
They
mean, if you
control
were to
it. Hmm.
say you were to be just really simple about things, and you were to look at people all around the world, who's sporting the most bling bling gold? The crown and the Pope. Like the crown is like a chariot made of solid gold. The
They
Pope's got all
gave the Pope a solid. They gave the Pope a Lamborghini.
uh, I
Yeah.
heard those cars are a nightmare. The stick shifts on them break really easy.
Well, I mean, it started off as a tractor company. The original Lamborghinis were tractors, farm equipment.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my friend said that they could only they started off with all those small cylinder V8s or whatever because they only had the bore bits that were big enough to drill that size.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Audi shares engines with Lamborghini, that V10.
Yeah. They all
Whoa.
do. They're all. I think they all do because they're all like incestuous now with the brand. So, like, I think Lamborghini is probably like VW or something, and VW owns a whole bunch of the brands,
Yeah, ironically, the
right?
the the
Well, it makes sense.
German company.
The Nazi car itself, you know.
Yeah, I mean
Well,
they're
they
decent cars, but it's just fucked
and the
up.
old ones. Yeah, I like the old ones. Like I like the old Volvos.
Oh, yeah, these days it's like you just want to buy your dream car and just put in like an LS motor or something in it.
Mhm.
That's what.
Yeah, yeah.
There's the cars are all so expensive. It's like, man. I mean, not that I need a car or anything, but it's
There was
like,
a guy. Yeah.
yeah,
There
the
was a,
Oh, sorry.
no, no, go on, finish it though. Sorry, I thought.
No, I mean, like the car market's just crazy. It's like, and then the problems with all the engines and stuff, they're all just
Yeah. I told my mom to sell her 2012 Nissan because I think the engine blows up on it at some point, but it only has like 20,000 miles on it. So
Hmm. Oh yeah.
it's funny. There was this guy in India who had a Rolls Royce, and he's like a billionaire, and he wanted to. Oh no, it was in Japan. He was in Japan, and he needed to get it serviced, and they were like, "No, you have to ship it back to England to service it." And he's like, "Ah, screw this." So he swapped the Rolls Royce engine for like a Toyota engine,
Oh yeah.
and
Yeah. I see a
Rolls
lot
Royce
of.
had to sue him.
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah, they tried to get Whistle and Diesel or something for having a Ferrari or something, and I forget what the details of it was. Something about Ferrari was mad at him for doing something with the Ferrari or something.
figures.
There's a lot of people putting those two JZ Toyota motors and stuff. Those are pretty cool.
Mm.
I mean, they're really expensive, and you have to like have it all tuned and stuff, and like, I mean, if it was a really light car, it'd be cool.
Mhm.
I mean, like inline sixes are definitely good engines.
Yeah, if you get a nice Japanese one that'll last to 500,000 miles or plus, you know. That's the problem is I wouldn't buy a brand new car because I don't like all the computer shit. It's
Oh
just
yeah,
more stuff to go wrong. That's why if I'm gonna buy a car, I'm gonna buy something from like probably the early 2000s or the mid 2000s, probably something up until like maybe 2015 I would buy.
oh yeah. Some people they're taking those '70s Ford inline sixes from the trucks and they're
Yeah.
turbocharging them.
Oh,
But it'd be cool to take that and put it in a put it in a 1988 Thunderbird.
that's
Yeah.
pretty sick. That's actually really sick. Yeah. Everything's too computerized and everything now. It doesn't, I don't know. That's why when
Oh
I
yeah.
used to drive trucks, it was like the 2010s, and they were like the late 2000s, um, uh, dump trucks, and I used to love them because it was like driving a rifle. That's what I
Hmm.
used to call it because it used to be all mechanical and it used to sound like it and feel like it. And then like the newer ones were more, they were smoother. That's for damn sure. But they didn't have that same feeling.
Oh yeah. I used to have a 1990 Lincoln, and the hood ornament was a giant thing or whatever. And
Hmm.
fucking, it was really fun to drive. It was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, the well, it's crazy. You don't see any like boat cars anymore, like big ass cars.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
don't build them like that anymore.
yeah. It'd be cool to get like a '92 Mercedes with a V12.
Mm. Yeah, the what is it? The 420s. I think they were actually it was a 420 model.
Yeah, that one's got a V8.
Oh, okay. I thought that one was a V12 also.
Oh,
Yeah.
what? Yeah, they had the 500 had the Porsche engine. Uh,
Mm.
that one's like 50 grand now. That's crazy. I remember when it was like 10 grand. It was like, man. Those freaking
Yeah. I want an old Lincoln. If I can get something, I would get like a Lincoln Town Car. Like one of the, I used to love the ones they used to use as black taxis in New York, and
yeah.
I'm sure they use them everywhere. But I remember they used to have the. I used to love the LED because they had an LED speedometer, and I used to love that. I thought it was because it was analog. It wasn't like these new ones that had a screen. It was an analog speedometer, and it was so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, the one that I had was it was the first year that was the rounded one.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it had like the spoked rims and stuff.
Hmm. Nice.
It looked like this one.
Yeah,
It was a good car.
Yeah, they are good cars. They lasted. I mean, they were used as taxis, so they lasted. They had to last.
Yeah. Yeah, I never had any problems with it. I had to change the alternator and the oil and the spark plugs, and that's it. I mean, it wasn't fast or anything. It was super slow, but I mean,
Mhm.
it was
It's a
definitely
manual.
solid.
Yeah,
Freaking yeah.
yeah. They don't build cars like they used to. There's a guy next to me who has one of the old. He has an old boxy Volvo. Mm.
Oh
God,
yeah.
do I love it! I took pictures of it when I walked past. I was like, I love this thing. Like, I would love
Oh
to
yeah.
have one of those. Those old, perfect condition too. Perfect condition. Probably like an 80,
I see
85,
those.
80.
I see them in
Yeah.
the rally race videos. The what I don't know what that's called, but it's like there's these videos from the '90s on YouTube where it's like all these rally cars and there was no limit on the horsepower, and
Hmm.
so these cars are just flying, getting mad air. Freaking they're they're pretty good. I mean, let me see if I can find one. I forget what it was called. Uh,
I saw a guy who had like, it was I think it was a 924. I think it was an old Porsche. I think it was not no, it was a 928, 944. I think it was. And it had like, and he did like an off-road version. I don't know if they made it, like custom, or if there was a version of it that was like, it was jacked up on stilts, and it had and it was like an off-road model and had like the rally headlights in the front in addition to the pop-ups. So
oh
they
yeah,
had the pop-up headlights, and then in the middle it had the light bar.
yeah.
That was so cool. I think I took a picture of that too. I have a lot of pictures of cars on my phone.
Oh yeah, yeah. Cars are cool, but I mean,
You're coming in kind of low.
oh
Oh
yeah, I'm
yeah.
still looking
Okay.
for that
Oh,
YouTube.
I didn't realize your head was down. Yeah, it was just but
I can't remember what the hell it was called. It was really badass though. It was like all these fucking because I know I can put it on the screen because it's not something that's
hmm.
like monetized. It's
I
well,
look up Volvo Rally car. Probably pop up.
um, uh, yeah. Oh, I think I found it. Okay, yeah, this is it. Let me see here. I'll go to like an older one. Uh, yeah, like these racers are crazy. Fucking.
They teach every Finnish person basically learns to drive a rally car. Like they teach you how to the road test is completely different and learning to drive is completely different. Like they teach you how to skid, they teach you how to drive like on the mount on like the hilly roads and stuff like that. They teach you how to slide, they teach you how to do all this stuff. There was a
Wait,
Top Gear
I think I'm
there's a
stoned.
Top Gear.
This is a video game?
Yeah, it
Wait,
looks
I
like a
put on
video
the
game.
wrong video.
I was gonna say I was like, well, maybe they're mimicking it.
That's
You
not
know,
the
they're
right
like
video. Let's see here. Pikes Peak. I'm looking for one with some of the older cars. These are well, I guess this is okay. Yeah, this one should be good. Yeah, these are some crazy bastards.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully it doesn't get me mad at me for playing someone else's YouTube video.
It's probably damn, look at that.
Yeah.
God, that was like fun.
Yeah, some of those cars. What is that? That rear engine, rear wheel drive. It's like a French car, I think.
Uh,
Some of those tear it up.
yeah. They have these in the finish episode of Top Gear. They show that they have these races where they'll have like a car that it'll cost. They'll say like, all right, $200. So the car has to be worth $200, and they raced it. That's a Lancia. That's a Lancia.
Oh yeah, that thing's
Uh,
expensive.
yeah, those are really cool. That's a Lancia. It's not a Strata. A Stratos. Yeah, I think that's a Stratos. There was a
Yeah,
guy
these
by me
people.
selling a Delta
Jesus.
Integrale. I told you
Oh
those photographers are crazy for the rally. The
yeah,
rally.
in Europe.
He went airborne for like a while.
Is it
That's a Renault. It's a Renault
uh,
McGain.
yeah,
Looks
there's a
like a
Pugo,
McGain.
I think. There's a nice
An
Audi.
Audi. Yeah.
There's an Audi in like Pennsylvania or North Carolina or something. It's like a 1992
That was
four
yeah.
wheel drive. Jesus, the dog was lucky. It was
Yeah.
4-wheel drive V8. Uh,
Wow.
it's in really good condition, but it's got high miles.
That's a Lancia Delta. That's a Delta Integrale.
Yeah. They only wanted like $6,000 or something for it.
Not
I
bad.
mean, not that I buy it, but it's definitely cool. It's definitely a collector car because it's like all the new. It's like all the old cars that used to be collectible aren't really collectible anymore, and there's all these new collectible cars. It's
Yeah.
like stupid Eminem had that car in some sort of music video. Like, oh, what the fuck? He's gonna make that car expensive. Like, somebody better buy that car.
Like oh, like the expeditions in the 2000s when every rap video had an expedition in it, so everybody wanted an expedition.
Oh yeah,
I don't
yeah,
even think you could. I'd never see them anymore. Actually, they're probably all junked.
yeah. They got
Except for
junked
one.
out. They
Yeah.
probably got rusty.
Yeah, I was just about to say they probably got rusty as hell. A
Yeah,
Lancer. That's a Mitsubishi Lancer.
yeah. Those are pretty rare. My friend's brother had one, but then he like sideswiped a curb and like fucking couldn't find
Ouch.
parts. And I think he trashed. I think he scrapped it. It was like, oh man, like Jesus Christ, learn how to fucking drive.
Yeah, seriously. Ooh, look at that. That looks like a Focus.
Oh yeah, those Subarus really get through the fucking shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, freaking
That's a regular stick shift.
oh yeah. Yeah,
That's not even like a sport shifter. No, that's just a regular ass stick shift.
yeah, once you like learn the stick shift, you can like shift like crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to get a stick shift car, but my dad's
Me
hip's
too.
bad, and I think it's because he had a stick shift truck.
Mm.
It was like a '78 truck though, or something. So it was probably like
When my mom was getting a new car, I begged her to get a stick shift. I'm like, I'll teach you how to drive it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Please, please, please. You'll love it.
they
There it is.
maintain
That's a
value
Delta.
more.
What's up?
What is that car?
That's an
Ooh.
Integrale. That's a Lancia Delta Integrale.
Oh yeah. Yeah, stick shifts, no matter what the vehicle is, always maintains value better.
Yeah. Well, mm, when my friend like when he bought it was actually from Michigan. When he bought a Honda Civic with a stick shift brand new in like '08, and he couldn't sell it in New York. He ended up bringing it back to Michigan, and I think they sold it for like a penance because
Jesus.
he couldn't sell it out here.
I'm
People
surprised
out here really don't usually drive them. Hmm?
Oh yeah, we usually those get bought up around in Michigan. It's like
Yeah.
it's hard to
Well, you
find
guys have
good cards.
better traffic. That's the thing. You guys have much better. Like out here, even on a motorcycle, you're constantly shifting. So people don't always like it. That's an XR4 Ti. And that
The hell is
looks like a
that?
Punto or an
Oh,
Uno.
that damn it! I can't think of the word of that car.
Well, the XR 4 Ti, isn't that a Ford?
That the one that passed it was that rear engine rear wheel drive car.
Oh,
Is it Pugo or I don't think
Peugeot.
it's
Peugeot's not rear engined.
okay.
It's
Yeah, it's not that
Citroën is not. They
Citroen.
might have a version that is.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoned. It's the there was some the European Fords are pretty good.
Yeah.
That all wheel drive one that had a stick shift. All the other countries get the good cars. It's like, oh man.
Knocked over the thing. Yeah. Just knocked over the motorcycle.
Yeah, that's some hardcore
Well, that's
breaks.
because they have more fun. They have more of a. They're killing American car culture. That's one of the. There was a theory I read on that, whereas like the reason why all these new cars are so, like like the if I don't like the Cybertruck. I know some people like it because it reminds them of like an '80s movie, but to me it looks like a refrigerator, and
Yeah, they're
same
copying
color
that.
too.
They're copying that movie. What you call it? Was that stupid movie from the '80s that with Harrison Ford where he's like a robot or something, or he's like a clone.
Ooh,
Damn it, I can't think of what the hell that's
focus on
called.
focus buttons. Yeah,
It's like
yeah,
some huge sci-fi movie. He was.
yeah,
I think Elon Musk was copying that car.
that makes sense. Yeah, that's what my friend said. He said it was from like an '80s movie. And I was like, oh shit. But
Hmm.
there goes the WRX.
My friend's got a WRX rotting in his yard. He's retarded.
Um, yeah, you should sell it before it becomes you know.
Well, I mean, I don't really know the dude too well. I just smoked a joint with him a couple times, and the it's like, man, they're just letting that WRX just rot there.
It
Fucking.
hurts. There's a guy in my neighborhood with two Citroens. He has a Citroen BX and I forgot what the other Citroen is, and it actually made it to like Reddit because people were like, "Where are these cars sitting here? Where does he move them?" And he just piles up tickets, but he never, and then he moves them like once a month. He'll move it like because it gets like a dozen tickets, so before they decide to tow it, he'll move them both. But I'm just like, bro,
Right.
that's like, what are you holding on to them for?
Just Celica.
Sell them to somebody who'll appreciate them.
Oh yeah.
One of
Well,
them still has its Spanish license plate.
he can park it in my yard if he wants.
I bet he's an old man, to be honest with you. I bet I bet he's an old
Oh,
guy.
okay. Sorry, I thought it was. I thought you were talking about one of your friends.
Nah, if he was my friend, I would have been already telling him, "Yo, get." He has a CS, a Citroen CS, and a Citroen and a BX, and one of them, and they're really cool, and it's like you really don't see anything like that around here.
Oh yeah. You should
But
make him an offer. Just knock on his door and be like, excuse
find
me.
out where he lives. Yeah, move some of the tickets aside and be like, "Hey, would you sell this?" He's probably a hoarder. Probably goes into his
Oh
house
yeah.
and he's probably like hoards crap.
I was I seen this Thunderbird on the side of the road once, and I was stopped and looked at it and stuff, and fucking, it was like a 1968 Thunderbird with the
Mm.
the four doors, but
Hmm.
like, it was the the old lady or whatever. She showed me a garage that had like 15 or 20 fucking like 1950s cars in mint condition. And I was like, holy shit, that's crazy. A bunch of them
Yeah.
were like convertibles and stuff. I was
Wow.
I was blown away. I was like, that's like crazy collection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My uncle had a Chrysler Imperial, and he had a Dodge Phoenix, but then he got
Hmm.
the Chrysler Imperial, And I remember sitting in that thing, and it was huge. I mean, I was a kid, and I remember sitting behind the wheel, and I was like, I do not know how little old ladies would drive this thing. I could barely see over the wheel.
Oh yeah.
But he ended up, when he passed away, I think my aunt donated it to Rockaway, and they use it every year in the St. Patty's Day parade.
Hmm.
It's like it's a parade con now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my friend used to have a '78 T-Bird. It was his dad's, but it was. I mean, my friend was kind of retarded, but the car was
Yeah.
cool. Had like a 351 or something.
That was great. He took that turn well.
Oh yeah, those little cars drive crazy. My friend had a 1984 Volkswagen, and it was a Golf, and it was like a four-door one, and it had like he had like a 1.8. He put the 2 liter head on it or something, or maybe it was a two
Yeah.
liter, and he put the 1.8 head on it. I don't remember which, but it was like it had the mechanical timing, and that I remember helping it with it, and it was like it had all these weird what the hell? Oh, yeah, it had all these weird stuff in the engine. Like there was I mean, the mechanical timing one was pretty interesting, but it had like these air ducts where if the temperature changed, it would like the duct would open and close from some kind of metal.
Mm.
But like it had like this had some kind of weird spring thing that was like it was like a big coin with a spring on it that you had to like bend backwards or something and shove into the transmission.
What
And
the
it was
hell?
weird.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, well, that's stuck in there weird. I mean, it works. He couldn't figure it out, and I kept trying to tell him, I'm like twist, I'm like bend it back and then put it in there. And he's like, oh, and then when he went upstairs to his apartment to grab some sodas or something, I freaking like took the part and then like moved the spring or whatever, and then fucking put it in the transmission and fixed it. And he's like, "How'd you do that?" Like,
All the yeah.
it was pretty funny. He's the same person that I beat at Dragon Ball Z like 36 times. And I didn't even play Dragon Ball Z.
Wow, that's a Datsun. Oof.
Yeah, he was so mad that he broke the PlayStation controller and pointed the door and said, "Get out." I'm like, "Are you serious? It's just a game."
I once did that with when I learned to play what's it, backgammon, when my friend taught me how to play backgammon, and then after one game I was beating him every time, and he got so mad he like flipped the board. He's like, we're done. And I'm like, what?
Oh yeah.
Now I don't even remember how to play backgammon. I probably only played it once.
Ooh.
Ouch. Yeah.
Yeah, some of these cars are like they're like all the all-wheel drive versions that we can't get here.
Yeah.
Like those
British
Toyotas.
Rally. Oof.
Yeah,
Wow,
'cause
that was a good thing.
that like '93 Celica that it showed earlier, that one was
Yeah.
all-wheel drive. You can't get those here.
Really? Oh, I thought you could.
Yeah, you can only get the front-wheel drive ones. Those things are tanks. Like fucking there's a stupid guy on YouTube who I've scolded before for ruining perfectly good cars.
I wouldn't even be able to watch it. I would want to find him and like
Wait, he put
pick the knife stick.
he put also he put fucking like window cleaner in the oil reservoir, and then he put like ball bearings or something into the
Mhm.
oil reservoir, and the Toyota Celica wouldn't die. It just kept starting up, and it was like, man, that car is crazy. It'd be sick to get the all-wheel drive one.
Yeah.
Fucking,
Top Gear used did a thing also. I used to watch a lot of Top Gear. They did a thing about the British rally, about British racing, like their folk racing. And when the American cars were introduced, they used to show like the smaller cars like could take the bigger cars like the Mustangs would shoot off on the straightaways, but then as soon as they got to the turns, all the little Volkswagens and Datsuns and all that would be able to cut right through because they didn't have to slow down as much.
yeah,
What the hell
yeah.
was that?
Cars were too heavy.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's why when the rotary engine came out in the '80s or what? Well, it was out before
it
that,
was
but that
before
whole
that. Yeah, there was a German, the NSU, the German company NSU made all
yeah,
rotary. Yeah,
like the rotary engine's like 70 to 100 pounds lighter than the like V6 equivalent or something.
yeah,
This one looks like an older one. Yeah, like that was the whole like equation with the Shelby. It was like the Cobra. It was like take the latest car and put in like a pretty huge engine and just freaking.
yeah.
I mean that's the equation.
And the Shelby was British too. The Shelby came into the United States through Ford, but it was
Yeah,
actually a British car.
the AC I think.
Yeah, AC Cobra.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it was originally I think it came in because Ford took over
Yeah, I
Ford
can't think of
took
the
over
company. The grill was like slightly different, and it
for
came with
what?
like a four-cylinder or something.
Hmm.
The British version. Some of those MG coupes are pretty cool. Those like
Yeah,
'70s MG coupes.
they were tiny. The MG midget, yeah.
Yeah,
The midget, yeah. The Triumphs, yeah. They were tiny little, like they perfect for a guy my size. But
oh, yeah.
if
I
you're
don't think I
taller
could
than
fit
like
in one.
6 foot, yeah. If you're any taller than like 6 feet, then yeah, you're not getting into. You're gonna be sitting very uncomfortably.
Yeah, I jokingly went to pretend like I was looking at a car and sat in it, and it was a Mustang, and it was like, holy cow! Like I couldn't
Mhm.
drive this. I mean, because like I grew up always just driving giant cars, or like
Yeah,
trucks, like because I had a town car, and then I had like a Crown Vic, and then I had like well, I guess those are the two boat cars that I had.
yeah. We've only had. I mean, I only got to drive. I mean, I did get to drive my parents' '86 Civic, even though I was a kid. Back when we used to go to the airfield, Floyd Bennett, and my dad would let me drive. But yeah, most of the cars I've owned, I mean, I learned to drive basically on a minivan, but that's still like my mom used to think it felt different than the smaller cars, and she used to call it the truck. And I was like, it's not though. It's literally designed the same height. It's just taller, but it's basically just an Accord. You know.
Oh yeah, I drove one of those. I test drove a Passat once. It's like a 2002 Passat that had like four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive and like a 1.8 turbo.
Hmm.
I thought it drove pretty nice. It was because the same day I test drove a Pontiac Grand Prix GXP or whatever
Yeah.
that had like a supercharged V6 and like 3.8 supercharged. It did not seem like it seemed like the VW was faster in a weird way. It was I don't
Hmm.
know. And I don't know. I haven't test drove like a lot of fast cars. Really.
Hmm.
I got to drive what was it? Some kind of one of those Dodge, the newer ones, the Challenger.
Charger? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. My old lady rented a car to go to a concert, and that she uh she went with her friends or whatever. But like the car was a Dodge Challenger, and it was like fucking. It had like 2 foot tires in the back that were like 2 feet wide, or they were not that's exaggerated, but
Yeah.
they were like extremely wide tires and fucking like she brought it back and it was winter and it was like she's like, oh, the car is fucking terrorizing, and it's like and then because the car wouldn't even park in the driveway, it was like it kept sliding down the driveway. And I was worried because I lived in the city. I'm like, fuck, I don't want the fucking popo to come here and write a ticket, and fucking the and so I kept trying to drive it back up in the driveway and fucking kept sliding down. Then I eventually parked it on the side because it just was totally stuck. And then like the next day I managed to get it out and like took it for a test drive to McDonald's or whatever. And it was like it had like this weird delay with the pedal, like like a really bad engine to torque delay. It was horrible. It was like, man, this is so unpredictable. Because I mean, like if you're driving, and like you were to like theoretically rally at some kind of racetrack or something, that like
Mhm.
you definitely want to know the RPMs like perfectly. Like you have to know the RPMs, like
Yeah.
fucking. You have to know the car, like everything about it, how it slides, how it like fucking.
Yeah. Yeah. That's I told you when I went up to when I drove out of New York for the first time. Well, I had driven in California also, but it's kind of, I mean, in California, I was when we did the PCH, which if you only do it once in your life, you're not as used to where all the hard curbs are. So you end up, you're not gonna. I wasn't flying, but when I was coming up the 101, we were going back towards where my friend lived in. He lived in Santa Cruz, which is like just south of San Francisco, and we were going up the 101, and I was in. It was actually it was a 2008 Toyota Camry S, and it was the Corolla, and it was the one that was recalled for the brake problems. Remember, there was like that huge recall on them because the brakes would get stuck. And we were driving up. I was doing 100 miles an hour on the 101 while my friend's rolling a blunt or listening to Queens of the Stone Age. And I'm like, God damn! Like I'm like, we can't be arrested for any of this. I'll just get it. We'll just get a ticket. Like if they caught us right, I would just get a ticket. But when I drove up to Maine and I was in the minivan, and there's like a sliver of New Hampshire between Massachusetts and Maine, and we get out of the toll booth, and I had never had highway hypnosis before, but next thing I know, I'm at 100 miles an hour, and of course the blue lights are flashing behind me, and I get pulled over, and the cop's like, "Do you know how fast you were going?" And I'm like, "Bro, I'll be honest with you. I have never driven outside of New York City in my life. I've never seen a road this clear before in my life. And I did not even realize I was going as fast as I was." And of course, back, the New York registration was crap. So it was basically dangling. And, but he ended up giving me a ticket. But he gave it to me. He had to write on the top actual 98 because that's what he clocked me at, but he gave me a ticket for 90 to 95. So I would just have to pay a fine and not have to show up to court in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had never been on a road that clear before in my
Jesus,
life.
that's pretty fast.
And yeah, for my Honda minivan, and I didn't even. it didn't even feel like it. Like I just put my foot down and I didn't even I literally was not like, let's see how fast I can get up to. I would just I just noticed I just put my foot I just started driving in and it didn't even occur to me. It was pitch black and because it was nighttime, obviously, and just next thing I know, 100 miles an hour. I was like, oh my god, I'm at 100 miles an hour, and I took my foot off to do it to let the engine brake, and
But
yeah, and he pulled me over.
yeah,
It was kind of cool.
yeah, you definitely want to be careful driving.
Well, I mean, I'm not used to roads that are,
Somebody was
that are
in the
that way.
background.
What's that? Oh
I
yeah,
thought I just heard a siren.
that's fire engines. I could tell by the siren; those are fire engines.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you hear that horn sound? That's a fire engine. That's
oh, yeah. I seen this Code 3 movie. It's pretty good. It's
code 3.
about an ambulance driver. It's pretty good movie.
How old is it?
It just came out. It wasn't any like politically driven stuff. I don't think, unless it was pro. Well, I mean, the medical industry's obviously trash, but look at who owns it and stuff.
Hmm.
But like the well, basically it was like this story, this like thriller, action packed like story. Well, I mean, if I was a critic, I guess it was definitely pretty traumatic. It was like, but like
Wow.
the whole medical industry is such garbage. Then they want to
Yeah.
bring in their new medical industry from the same people. It's gonna be more garbage. the
The medical industry.
yeah, like when they passed Obamacare, it was like it didn't cover certain things, and like my grandpa got put on Obamacare, and they took him
Mm,
off some kind of medicine, and he bit the dust. And freaking, it was like, oh well, that's cruel. Like that's harsh. They couldn't just give him the medicine. Like what the fuck? It was fucked up. It was definitely he got did dirty too, because I mean he was a Korean War veteran,
yeah.
so he was like he had seen like the worst of the worst, and then he was traumatized for life from it, and then he like fucking I don't know. It's like he I don't know. It's fucked. It's like Cooper says he said he talks about the military, and he says that the military is socialism. The people get paid for life after the military, and that
Yeah.
it's like they're all given scraps, and that they're ripping everybody off with the inflation because it's like a set number, and they only increase it like every once in a while or something. And but meanwhile, the inflation goes huge, and like the and then or I don't know. It's like Cooper. What is he says something about that he's related to. I don't remember which tribe, but he says that there's two types of natives: the ones that actually have a backbone and talk about stuff and think and do stuff, and then the other type is the ones that just go to Walmart every month.
Yeah.
So, and it's like, oh, that my grandpa didn't get a native check, but he was just like you know, just like some dude
Mhm.
living off the government check to check, and it was like not that that's bad if somebody's out there that's like crippled or something, but like or it's I don't know, it's like they're using socialism, but they're not doing it in a way which helps anybody who's just a common person. it's like they're diverting it towards all sorts of wars and stuff and all this control over everything. And it's like the because I mean like I think it's 1 in 3 homeless people are veterans. I mean, living on the street and stuff. The street's
Yep.
fucked up. Uh, the my friend from Chicago used to live on the street in Chicago, and that then he came to Michigan, and like his mom tried to like save him or something. He was so warped from living on the streets in Chicago in the '90s. It
Mm.
was fucked up. It was the but like the what was yeah, like even in Michigan, just where you're at, it's like there's homeless people that they're on the street that on a piece of cardboard with 10 blankets or some shit, and fucking they don't have anywhere to go, and it's like
Yeah. Yeah. I
pretty
mean,
brutal.
yeah. Well, that's the problem. It's like even now, and here they just had 10 homeless people die on the streets in New York in the past few days, and it's gotten really bad with the home like they used to sweep up all the homeless off the street in the wintertime and force them into shelters like it wasn't a choice. You were going into a shelter. But now like they don't have shelter space because it's all for the illegals. Everything goes to the illegals now. So it's like all like even the veterans. Like there's a lot of veterans on the streets. I think they said like what 1 in 3 or something homeless people is a veteran.
Yeah.
And so
Well,
it's those people who are being left out.
yeah, it's definitely fucked up. But then, like when I lived in the city once, I had my own place, and that I was searching for jobs, on the street of the city or whatever, and that that I'd always bring like an extra pack of cigarettes just to like hand them out to homeless
Yeah.
people. But like sometimes I would try to convince them. One time I really went all out. There was some homeless dude at Burger King or something, and was putting in a job
Mm,
application, and I was like, you can live in my living room and use the phone and eat my food and get your life back together if you want. The dude just refused. He's like, no, and it was weird because it's like you don't got anywhere to go, because I had extra clothes and extra TV and stuff, and like you know but
mm.
it's like they're stuck on the street and they don't want to leave or something. It's fucked up. It's like oh, where'd my camera go?
Well, that's the thing is a lot of them it's much easier on the street than it is in the shelters. Shelters are worse than you know. I was talking to a guy today when I was waiting at the interview. I was talking to this dude who he was telling me about like he's living in a shitty shelter right now. He's like everything goes to these illegals. It's crazy. He was like I guess he was somewhat I guess he must have been homeless at some to some extent. He was like an older black dude and he was like, yeah, everything go. He was talking. He was like tall, trumpet, Trump, like positive, and I was like, wow. But he's like, yeah, it's like I can't get anything because these goddamn illegals get everything. He's like,
Hmm.
I'm only living in a I guess he's living in a shelter because they'll keep him off, from having to get on the streets. But I've met a lot of people who like, a lot more people live in shelters out here than you would think, and they suck it up because they're not, it's very bad, and a lot of them are veterans,
Oh
and
yeah,
they can't get them into anything. There's nowhere to put them.
yeah.
you know there was this guy when I used to work for sanitation. We used to call him the wizard because he was like really tall and he had like a Dutch style like wizard beard, and what he used to do is he used to bag up the garbage on Broadway for us. So he'd like dump all the corner baskets, like he'd clean them, leave them in a bag, and leave them in a garbage bag, and all at his own expense. You know, we used to offer him bags, he wouldn't take the bags. We used to offer him money, he wouldn't take money. Offered him a drink, he wouldn't take a drink. He doesn't drink. And one day I seen him, and he stops me, and he's like, because I'm small. I'm 5.5 feet tall. So he was huge. He's probably like 6'5", 6'6". He was like, and he's very smart. Apparently, they say he comes from like a rich family. He just chooses to live on the street. But he says to me, he's like, I was watching you work the other day, and he's like, you should think about doing calisthenics. And I'm like, is this homeless dude really sitting here talking about calisthenics? I'm like, what? Why? He's like, when I was in Korea, he's like, they were building the highways. And he's like, we used to see every morning that all the highway workers, all the guys were like your size. And every morning before they'd start working, they would do group calisthenics, or like Tai Chi. And he's like, it apparently was it was very good. He's like, you should think about doing stuff like that too. And I was like, oh, I'll look into it. And I actually did. And it did look kind of like something I would do. But we had to once break up his encampment, like me and my partner, and we felt so bad. We were like, fucking hell, we did not want to have to do that. And then we still, at the next time we seen him, like, I apologized. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm sorry I had to do that. He's like, no, it's okay. And it's your job. And I'm like, I know,
Yeah. Yeah, my friend, he was the maintenance guy for a school, and there was a homeless guy living behind the football field or something, and
yeah.
that he had to tell him to leave, and he gave him like $500 and was like, told him to get a place and stuff, a hotel or something. I mean, that's all he had to give to the dude. But
Mm. Yeah, you can only do so much, but a lot of them, like, there was a homeless dude who in Park Slope when I had the store, and he was a white dude from Massachusetts, and he was sleeping in front of the church, and he was an alcoholic. And Park Slope is like a granola neighborhood, so everybody, was trying to be nice to him. If it was quiet, like towards the end of my night, I would sometimes let him come hang out in the store, and we would talk about stuff, and I'd give him some Delta 8 to smoke. And one time I had this customer. She was gorgeous. She just had dumb tattoos, which always annoyed me. But she was really hot, and she comes into the store one time, and she tells us, she's like, "Hey, I'm going to all the businesses around here, and who I see looking out for that homeless dude, and I'm just letting you know, like, he follows around middle school girls." And we are like, wait, what? And he's like, yeah, he was following my sister around the other day, and yeah, not cool. So like everybody in the neighborhood turned against him. Nobody wanted him in the store. I'm like, bro, I can't. I'm like, dude, that's unacceptable, and you can't come in here anymore. And don't come here anymore. And I was talking to someone, and like he used to make me feel bad if I didn't want to let him in the store, like because I was reading my book, or it was a quiet night. I wanted to listen to some podcast or something, so I wouldn't let him in. I'd be like, I just want to chill out, and he'd be like, I'm a human being too. And someone told me about like they knew this guy who worked at a homeless shelter, and this priest basically who worked there told him, like, listen, these guys are master manipulators. They're not out here because they have nothing. They're out here because they choose to be out here, and they will, a lot of times, if they want something, they know how to get you. They'll pull at your heartstrings to get it. So just don't always feel bad for them right away. And
yeah.
that dude definitely. But back in the day, the crazy thing is like back when the NYPD was the NYPD, as soon as word got around that he was following around middle school girls, like he would have been woken up at like 3 a.m. by a couple of plainclothes cops who would have dragged him to probably to Midtown Manhattan, there and told him, don't come back to the neighborhood. And if he got caught in the neighborhood again, he probably would have been brought up to the South Bronx. And they would have left him there and been like, now you don't come back again. But
Oh yeah.
that's what they used to do.
Tries one of the parents to intervene and like, whoop the homeless dude's ass or something.
Not unfortunately, Park Slope, even though Park Slope is a very family-oriented neighborhood, it's one of the few neighborhoods in Brooklyn that like kids can walk around at 11 o'clock at night with very little hassle. The parents are all liberal. Excuse my French, they're a bunch of liberal pussies. So especially this generation of them, the older generation would have, like the generation before would have absolutely, because the precinct over there was a hard-fisted precinct. Like if you ever seen the picture of like from the 60s of an NYPD, of a male NYPD cop dressed up as like a female hooker when they were doing like stings, that's that precinct. That's the 7-8, the 7-8 precinct in Park Slope. And that used to be a hard-fisted precinct because that's the only way they could keep the neighborhood safe, was to let the cops do their jobs. Now the liberal libtards who moved in are all just, they're like stringy armed, men who like to get pegged. So they're not going, and they're not fighting nobody.
Yeah, one time like in the year 2000, me and my friends, we got pulled over in Cook County, Chicago at like 4 in the morning. And they were so mad. They were like, what the fuck, what are you doing, and what are you doing around here? We were leaving a bar. There was an Irish bar that we were going to, but yeah, technically I wasn't old enough to go to the bar, but I didn't drink. But like, yeah, like what was it? The dude was just, he's like, get the fuck out of here before somebody fucking delete your ass, fucking. Yeah, because that place is dangerous. I remember we rolled through one of the wrong areas once, and fucking there's just like 20 people on every porch staring at us. It's like, oh, there's a stop sign, don't stop.
Yeah, keep going. Yeah,
and then,
there were some neighbors. Yeah.
Well, for the audience sake, you don't want to stop at a stop sign in the hood because you'll get carjacked.
Yeah. That's exactly what'll happen too. When I was a teenager, we used to do midnight rides. We were like 16, 15, 16 years old, and when we would go usually get Burger King to start, or some kind of fast food. Back when McDonald's had the tortillas that were amazing, the fajitas that were amazing. And we used to go down deep into the hood. We would get lost. And we were like, 3, Caucasian guys in a car driving through like East New York and Brownsville. And the craziest thing that we ever saw, we never forgot this. This was one of our greatest finds. It was a pimp, but a guy dressed like an old school top hat, the gaudy outfit, and he's standing by a bodega. What's up?
Feathers or fur or something.
I don't remember. I mean, he was the stereotype. I'm sure he had that jacket, but we could not believe that they were real. Yeah. Yeah. We could not believe that these people were like, oh my God, we never would have thought about that.
Oh yeah.
We never would have thought those people existed. He was surrounded by his hoes, and yeah, it was really funny.
Had like a $10,000 watch on or something.
Well, we didn't stop to talk to him. That would have been a bad idea. That would have gotten us killed. We got bumped one time driving through, even like right by our home, the ghetto near our house in Coney Island. I was driving the car, and this like Escalade type thing pulls up behind us and then bumps us, and we were like, all right. And I just gunned it, and I ran through 2 stop signs, and I just like gunned it away from that dude. I was like, yeah, we're not pulling over for you, buddy. You're gonna kill us most likely.
Yeah, in Chicago, there were in the neighborhoods, the people would cut the signs down, all the stop signs and the road signs. So if you stopped in the wrong area or something, you didn't know where the hell you were.
Yep. Yep. They used to do that out
Yeah.
here too. Yeah, there would be streets that would be missing a street sign. You'd be like, "What the hell?"
Oh yeah. Yeah. At one time I was in the hood, and it was in Michigan, and it was I was going to some record store or something, and the but so I was stopping at this gas station, and fucking there's this like 300-pound hooker that's arguing with some skinny dude, some
Oh
old dude or
God.
something. And then there are
Yeah.
she's arguing about how much she's worth or something. Like me and my friend are just standing there like pumping gas, laughing. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. That's one thing that people don't get to see. It's like we used to do the same thing because there was a right up on Ocean View Avenue, by in Brighton Beach. It was a big prostitute block, and because it was quiet, and they used to do with the funniest thing we ever did. We were it was really funny. We would drive around, and some nights the police would do prostitute stings. So they would like stand there on the corner, and we'd watch them bust people. So one time, me and my idiot friends were like, "Let's go over and talk to them." So we were like, we had been sitting on the side, like we were in our car watching, and then we drive up, and I roll down the side window. I roll down the back window, and I'm like, "Hey, do you have the time?" And the police prostitute's like, "No, I don't." And I'm like, "All right, good night, officer." And
That's
I
pretty funny.
drive off. And then because we were idiots, we decided to come back around on foot, and they saw us. And they're like, "Hey, you fucking assholes, get over here right now." So we like walk over, they're like, "What the fuck? You could have gotten us, blah blah blah," talking usual cop shit. And then the cop says, because I used to have long hair, the cop goes, "And cut your hair. It's not the 60s anymore." But yeah, that was funny. We had a lot of fun watching the prostitutes on Ocean View Avenue. It was it was fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the city's weird. One time back in the '90s, me and my friend, I think we were in his car. We're driving around smoking a blunt, and fucking we're like in the hood or something, just driving around as a joke, and
Yeah.
like we like literally drive right by the police, and they're looking right at us. I think I waved or something.
Bad idea.
Yeah.
Well, if they didn't pull you over, you were good. I mean, if you drove down to camp, there were certain hoods where if you go in there and they'll pull you right over if you look a certain way. If you're Caucasian, I
Oh
don't know if I'm
yeah,
saying the words the wrong, but like Camden, New Jersey, if like we used to talk about going and taking a drive through Camden, New Jersey,
yeah.
and no, they will pull you right over.
Oh yeah, yeah. We went in to get some chicken once. We were getting weed in Jackson, and
Mm,
the because Jackson used to get weed from Canada through Detroit, and
mm,
that it was really good outdoor weed. But like we stop in the hood for some chicken, and fucking
yeah.
the second we go in, there's two cops that followed us in, and they're just standing there while
Oh.
we're just trying to order some chicken, like. It's like I don't know. It's like there's certain people that I don't know. They just when they go into the hood, they stick out like a sore thumb. The and so like then
Yeah.
they get problems with people or something because they like interact with them weird or something.
Yeah.
Uh,
Everyone's looking.
yeah, 'cause typically statistically the criminals always do criminal things to people they know and stuff, not like some strangers. So
Yeah.
usually in the city, like when there's some kind of violent shit that happens, it's pertaining to something that doesn't involve any of our business. You know what I mean? Like fucking
Mhm.
anybody that's just a regular person is, like my friend in Chicago. He said in the streets he said if you went up to certain people, you had to just straight up be like, "I'm neutron," which means that you're nothing. You're not part of anything, and that they would allow you to pass through or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because like all the whole because in Chicago there was like lots of gangs in the '90s, and
Yeah.
I never really had. I only visited Chicago in like 2000, 2001, 99, maybe
Yeah.
98 too. But uh, but I had never seen some of the stuff my friend talked about, which is he said he just he's there'd be all sorts of violence in the streets, like fucking people getting deleted and stuff, and
Yeah.
it seemed like a whole I don't know, like it's there was like a culture that you can't find on the internet of this a '90s culture from Chicago that used to exist in the '90s that was like
Hmm.
I don't know. There's a lot of stuff you can't find on the internet. They don't show it on any documentaries or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be the gang problem. I mean, that was the difference in the big cities was like the gang problems were kind of confined to certain neighborhoods.
Oh yeah, they're
And
super dangerous.
yeah, that's why you had dangerous neighborhoods and then you had good neighborhoods that weren't, messed with. But
Yeah.
now it's like now it's become completely different. Now the violence, the gang shit has bled out into all the neighborhoods. So now it's
Oh
like
yeah.
Times Square,
Well,
and
plus with
like
all the immigrants, the Mexican immigrants that are in those gangs, those people are dangerous.
oh
Uh,
yeah. You mean the Venezuelans, the like Tren de Aragua.
oh yeah, they've got yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
all any foreign countries gangs. I mean, there's Russian gangs. There's all sorts of. They're all high connected and very dangerous. That that's why it's crazy that the leftists let all those immigrants in because it's like they just let in an army of who knows. Statistically, China Uncensored or America Uncovered covered this, where it was like a majority of the immigrants were all male, and they were all like ages 20 to 30, and like that this is and that they're all sending money home, not they're not keeping it in the country. It'd be different if they were all keeping the money in the country, but when they all send
Yeah.
it home, they're just. Uh, I mean, it's complicated. It's like nobody's going to be able to get cheap rent anywhere because everybody's going to buy up everything that's being rented, and so it like hurts people that already have lived here their whole lives, type of thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. There was I remember when my friend came in from Howard Beach, which is like to give you an idea of what Howard Beach is like, that's where John Gotti lived. So you can tell the kind of neighborhood that is. And so he comes in from Howard Beach to spend the weekend in Coney Island with me, and it was gang initiation weekend. And he shows up in a Giants jacket, which is red and blue, and I'm like, nope, you can't wear that. And we had to go through my closet and find a jacket that was neutral colored for him to fit.
oh, I see what you're
But,
saying.
yeah, because if they saw you wearing opposite colors, they would just jump you. We would get the word in school. Somebody would be like, "Yeah, don't wear yellow this weekend. The Latin Kings are initiating. Don't do don't wear blue or usually blue and red was the most. But you know,
My friend said in Kansas City that they couldn't wear Kansas City cheap coats because it was a Crip killer coat or something.
interesting.
Yeah, the colors on the coat or something. I mean, that's just lame. Where it's like people can't walk around. Like one of the last times I went to Chicago, it was after my friend died, and I bought a bandana from the store. It was just some random bandana, and I was like, I'm gonna wear a bandana, fucking just to be cool, and like fucking all my friends were like, "Oh, you're gonna get us killed," but there was never any issues or anything, because I'm just, you know,
Yeah. When we went to California, when I was out there, when I was coming back from San Francisco, I needed to get gas, so I get off in Daly City, and apparently Daly City is mostly a giant ghetto, and the car we were in was bright red, and my friend's like, dude, you should not have stopped here. I'm like, why didn't you tell me? So we like drove down the main street,
Jesus.
pumped gas at the quick. I was like, I just pumped
Even the
enough
car
gas to get
matters.
it.
The car color matters.
I mean, I didn't. We weren't sure, and out there, you really can't take a chance because
That's
it's
crazy.
crip country. I
That's
mean, I don't
scary.
remember. I think we even pointed out that there weren't any other red cars in the neighborhood. You know,
Yeah,
so
yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. That sounds like some kind of crazy shitty shit, city shit,
yeah,
shitty
yeah.
shit.
Oh man,
Well, so I think all these conspiracies and stuff, they're all very elaborate, like the New World Order stuff and all. It reminds me of like some kind of crazy hood story or something you hear. Like,
yeah.
oh, like just some sort of crazy story. Uh, which like say you knew the person or something, they told the story, and you're like, oh, you believe them, and it's like, but then you hear the story somewhere else or something, and it's like totally different story, and it's like none of the details are there or anything.
Mm.
Cool. Yeah, freaking. I'm probably gonna pass out a cigarette.
No doubt. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. and I want to get up and get a cup of coffee before I got that other interview. I was supposed to drug test myself tonight and I didn't. God damn it. All right, maybe I'll do it before I go to sleep. It'll take 5 minutes.
Oh yeah. Well, either way, you'll probably be clean. You said it's been 2 months.
Yeah, yeah. I should be clean. It's just the CBD. I just want to make sure that doesn't come up positive. I don't think it
Oh yeah.
does. I mean, it's not enough to really come up. And it's also the other thing is like they test for we I looked I actually when I started getting before I started smoking, whatever, I don't want to say it over here, but basically when I was learning about how drug tests work, so I knew how to get past them, um looked into it, and it's like what it's looking for is a specific metabolite of THC. And if you have, let's say, like under, let's say, 10 parts per million, it doesn't even show up. It shows up, it doesn't even
Yeah.
register. So
2 months is definitely long
but
enough.
cbd is typically CBD is only like 0.3% THC,
Yeah.
and which compared to a regular weed is like 28%. And also I mix it with tobacco and I smoke it, so I burn off. I'm probably getting like zero
Like,
point zero 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 one
these
percent.
days, there's like a bunch of my friends work for all sorts of places that drug tests and stuff. And they still smoke, and basically the companies just overlook it because they don't want shitty workers.
Yeah, and it's better just
Like,
to let them do it than to have them fake drug tests, because then you actually catch the people who are really, doing real. Like I knew a guy who, he was doing heroin, and he was gonna get
Jesus.
caught. Like there was no way he was gonna miss. He like, he didn't know how to use fake pee. Everybody knew what he was doing. It's like we knew everybody who was smoking weed, and we know everybody was smoking weed. But it
Yeah,
was like doing stuff
that's
like
just
that
fucked
to
up.
get people hurt. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, freaking drugs are bad. It's like that's why Cooper hated the intelligence stuff so much because he thought that they were connected to the drug ring.
Yeah,
And because he points on a map of the United States. He starts pointing all these cities, and he's like, how does all this stuff get there? Because
yeah,
he talks about when he was in the Navy that any boat that was on the radar it was immediately stopped, and that that some like this idea of some kind of lone speedboat or some shit getting past the Navy was basically like a myth unless there was somebody on the inside that was paid off and helping them.
oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's that. Listen, what was it? Gary Webb who said, you know, there weren't no like they were bringing it in directly. They were bringing it right in.
Yeah, I mean, if there was evidence that could hold up in court, that I mean, that's valuable evidence.
Yeah,
That
that's
it's
true.
like the what was it that whole Vietnam thing with the cadavers where
Mhm.
say they were being filled with drugs
Yeah,
and that they were bringing them back for Vietnam or something. That shit's fucked up. Those are dark people. Like
yeah.
it's evil. Uh,
I once, I would remember it's one time I was seeing this girl and we were on the bus with her mom, and this guy, I guess, didn't realize, so he starts kind of trying to like talk to her, and then he realizes that we're all together. So he kind of like, he got cool, and he pulls up his shirt. He's got a gun. He's got a pistol in his belt.
Jesus.
He's like, yeah, I work for customs. He's like, I work for border
Oh,
and customs, and he's told us like, I don't know how we got into this conversation on the middle of the. He said they were working one time, and this woman walks past holding a baby, and he's with his partner, and they look at each other and they're like, ma'am, can you stop for 1 second? And this was the craziest thing I ever heard. I swear to you, I could not, like, wow. The baby was dead, and they stuffed the cadaver of the baby with
Jesus.
drugs.
That's fucked up.
Yeah,
Yeah, people are fucked up.
yeah.
That's that's how that whole Russian Satanist mafia thing was. Yeah, that I mean, I'm not sure if it was connected to like the Order of the Solar Temple. I would assume it was.
Mhm,
I mean, because those people were all, you know, found the Order of the Solar Temple. Uh, they were all found in a way in which the Russian mafia would, do such a thing, and the Russian mafia in Switzerland or whatever going there to the
mhm,
other Order of the Solar Temple, and like it's like a battle of secret societies.
mhm,
Because the mafias and stuff, they practice secret society stuff. It's like when I was reading what was this book? It was like a book from either the late 1800s or early 1900s. And it was all about the different mafias and stuff, and that they had all these codes and stuff. Like they had laws and codes, and they couldn't break or violate them, and they were all bound to oath to follow these laws. And that it was pretty wild because it was like reminded me of that John Wick movie or something. I mean,
mhm,
this is before the movie came out, but but
mhm,
the whole like uh, it's like the prick of the rose. The they prick their hand or some shit, either with like a knife or a rose, and then they a rose thorn, and then they well then but so it's crazy because what they're doing is they're taking the symbols of the secret societies, such as the compass on the compass point at the heart, and that
Mm-hmm.
they're taking them literally, where they're literally drawing blood. The same thing is done with witchcraft, where uh,
Mm-hmm.
the initiate there's a dagger, and that the initiate has a dagger pointed at their heart, and that they prick the blood for the ritual of it or something. The it's some weird shit. I've only read about it in books and stuff. I haven't seen any modern news cases or anything about it, but I would suspect that they're probably involved in some kind of crazy shit. That like these witchcraft orders and mafias that
Yeah.
it's very bizarre. It's like their compass is the dagger, and that they draw a circle around themselves, and that it's a circle of protection and magic, and that they've got all this hocus pocus stuff about it. I don't know if it's actually real or relevant or anything, but
Mm-hmm.
it's got all the same symbols, but it's like a different format or something. It's like a different I don't know. It's it definitely seems like it's just another consciousness cult, basically. I guess, but
Yeah.
like the I mean, I don't know if the mafias are consciousness cults, but I'd say the witchcraft stuff is definitely
Another form of a
consciousness
military
cults.
for it. I mean, there are like in Indrangheta, there's the Santa Maria thing, which is like the inner circle of the Indrangheta, and they are like they are like kind of like an esoteric cult. They are
You talking about
kind of like something.
the Mexican
Mhm.
one,
No, there is
or
the
the
Mexican
Italian?
Knights Templar. This is the Italians.
Oh, okay.
Uh, it's like this. I think the Ndrangheta is Southern Italian, but apparently the Indragata, I think they call it. I think it's actually the Indragata. But
Like dragon. Hmm.
good question. Uh,
Dragon.
it's N. It starts with it's like an apostrophe, then N Drangetta, and the inner circle, the Santa Maria group is supposedly all legitimate businessmen. It's kind of like I think it's like a modern day version of P2.
Huh.
Yeah, so it's like what it evolved into. Because the Ndrangheta kind of
Gonna
took
see
over
that.
like the mafia in Italy. Probably because the guys on the ground, the Camorra was too busy butchering each other over every dumb thing they could find.
Huh. Let's see here. Calabria. Like the
Calabria.
bloody yeah.
No, I
Uh,
thought Sicily.
well, I'm thinking of that one word. The Italian Illuminati. Cala, Cala something. Their name, I can't remember what that word was. I think it was similar to that word right there, Calabria.
Well, Calabria is a place.
Yeah,
Calabria, yeah. It's
I'm pretty sure there was a Italian illuminists that were. Or even I cannot think of the word. It might be a totally different word. Uh, yeah, it's Australia, the Americas, Italy. Hmm. 2013 suggested that organization estimated £1,053 billion. That's quite a bit. Jesus.
yeah. That's what I was saying. A lot of this is connected. A lot of this group is connected to legitimate business.
Huh. Garduna. What the fuck is that?
Does it mention Santa Maria?
Let's saying it's from the Garduna, or
Yeah,
references the Spanish Garduna. I'm not sure what that means in Spanish.
Gardenia
Let's see,
in the late Middle Ages.
yeah, that's interesting. Leon Arsenal.
Well, it's definitely different than because the original Italian mafia. I don't know if this would be the same thing, but the original Italian mafia was um more like land was like land. It was kind of like people you would hire to uh
Oh yeah.
to like protect your property because you were an absentee landlord.
Didn't the didn't the people from Spain go to? They start flooding southern Italy or something and pushing darker skinned people to the north of Italy. I
I
can't
think
remember
you're
if
thinking of Ireland. I think you're thinking of Ireland. The Black
my
Irish.
my friend that's part Italian was told me something like that. It was the same friend that's part Gypsy.
Mm.
Yeah,
Well,
Calabrian.
collaborate because I know like in Ireland is the story that the Armada that the sailors from the Armada would wash up on the shores of Ireland and they stayed. Many of them stayed and they bred with the Irish women and then that's what created the Black Irish.
Let's see here. Oh, wait, yeah, I'm thinking of Cabinari. I think.
Carbonari or the Carbonari.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
Carbonari. That's Mazzini.
That's a different word.
Yeah, the Carabinieri are the police. The Carbonari is like Giuseppe Mazzini is like Mazzini
Yeah, it's like
and
Italian Scottish, right?
yeah,
Thieves Guild.
Germania, the jargon of Italian Spanish criminals. That's a cant language. Must be a cant. Oh, it's an argot.
Brotherhood or Guild. That's interesting. Germania, like Germany.
Mm.
Let's see here. Romanite people.
After the arrival of the Romani people and their frequent imprisonment.
Huh.
Jeez, we didn't do nothing.
Valencia or revolt against Valencia. Hmm. Oh shit.
I clean my phone.
Huh.
Wouldn't
That's
spot
interesting.
though.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna crash out. I'm pretty tired.
No doubt.
I'm gonna try to
No
wake
doubt.
up.
Yeah, same here. I want to get up and get a cup of coffee before I have this interview. So I don't want to wake up right before the interview.
Yeah, I didn't get very far on the article, but
Oh,
it's definitely
yeah,
a
we kind of
good
got
discussion.
sidetracked. That's cool. Do it
Oh yeah,
again another night.
yeah. It's interesting. He connects Nixon to the Nazis,
He connects Nixon to what?
but then at the same time, another senator or something was claiming Nixon was a commie and
Mm.
that Nixon was helping Russia. So it's uh, I've been trying to dig into that to clarify what the hell is going on with that whole scene.
Spain was helping Russia. That's weird because Russia was because
But,
Russia, because the Russian side of the of the Spanish Civil War, because the Russians were helping the communists on the side of the Spanish Civil War, but they lost. So
hmm, but yeah, yeah, I'm gonna pass out definitely.
no
Fucking,
doubt.
I need to eat some kind of food or something. Yeah, well, take it easy.
You too, man. Thanks for the invite. See you again soon.
Oh yeah, peace out. Good luck on the interview.
Thanks. I'll let you know how it goes.
Oh yeah, peace.
Peace.
All right.